All right. Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis, and you are currently tuned into the Genesis show. And it is currently 9:57 p.m. And today's date is the 3rd of August 2025. Welcome to the live show. Yes, we are back for another episode on the Genesis show. Yes, it is Sunday, of course. I hope you are home with your family enjoying this show. And today we're going to check out what has been going on this weekend in the United States across all event that has been making the news for sure. And of course, we're going to check out both sides, of course, the liberal CNN and conservative Fox News. And with that being said, America is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. God made it so. And God is the greatest. Okay. God is the greatest. Without God, I would not be here doing this show right now. So God is good all the time. And whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, okay, independent, it does not matter. All right. You are American first before you are a Democrat or you are a Republican. So country first before party. Don't forget that. And this is the United States. This is not the divided states. Okay. So be nice in the comment section because you are actually talking to your brothers and sisters uh, from America. Okay. So be nice. Have a good time. Enjoy the show. Make your point. Of course, we don't block anybody on this channel except you are absolutely, you know, far gone. If you're far gone, then you will, you know, be taken out real fast. But with that being said, sit back, relax, enjoy the show, and here we go.
President Trump's economic vision is finally becoming a reality as he forces countries to accept steep new tariffs. But as he's feeling newly emboldened, the president is also lashing out when things do not go his way. In just the last few days, he fired a government statistician when job numbers came in weak, demanded the Fed chair resign, repositioned nuclear submarines following critical comments by a Putin ally, slammed several GOP senators for breaking with them, and then told the Democratic leader to, quote, go to hell. And now news this weekend that the administration is probing the former special counsel who previously pursued charges against Trump himself. It all underscores Trump's unprecedented use of executive power and impulsive responsive to crises at home and abroad. There is a lot to unpack this morning with my excellent panel, including CNN's Jeff Zeleny, Tia Mitchell with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, CNN's Aaron Blake, and the Wall Street Journal's Olivia Beavers. Nice to see you all.
Good morning.
Morning. Trump is angry, at least he was yesterday. And look, the anger is often talked about with Trump because it drives his decision-making in a lot of ways. He can be impulsive, volatile, and when he's angry, it's important to know. And just look at what he said about Chuck Schumer yesterday. He said this, of course, came in this dispute he was having with the Senate Democratic leader about confirming his nominees. Democrats were slow-walking them. He demanded the Senate stay in session. He didn't get what he wanted. Trump didn't. The Senate is now home for recess. And he says, tell Schumer, who is under tremendous political pressure from within his party, the radical left lunatics, to go to hell in all caps. But look, in another era, a president saying this about an opposition leader would be a story in and of itself. But it just speaks to, for Trump, this is par for the course, and also speaks to his mindset at this key moment.
So presidential, right? But look, it's sort of striking the week that the president had because he started out the week in a pretty strong posture, having a fairly successful foreign trip, a mix of business and pleasure, signing a trade deal with the EU. But clearly the jobs numbers and the economy, the weakening and slowing in the economy has really gotten to him. And I think what we saw on Friday, firing the head of the BLS, really underscores something that we have seen in some respects, but not to this degree, the authoritarian streak and other things. But it doesn't change the economic numbers. So that is what really worries the White House, potentially worries the president. Are his tariff policies finally sort of coming home to roost, if you will? So the economic numbers, the May and June revisions, really infuriated him. He said, who puts these numbers together? They told him, obviously, she was a Biden appointee, but confirmed by the U.S. Senate 86-8, which, as you know, almost never happens.
Yeah, and J.D. Vance voted for her.
Marco Rubio did, but firing her does nothing to change the underlying issues with the economy. Where are those manufacturing jobs? Virtually no manufacturing jobs added in the month of July. All of them were from the health and social services sector. So that's a worrisome sign.
But the firing of this official sends a message to the rest of the government. I mean, these are statistics that are generated. It's not, he says it's rigged. There's no evidence that it's rigged. But it sends a message that even if the statistics or data is out of line with his message, you could be on the chopping block.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's not just troubling for the employees who now kind of live in fear, operate in fear that you've got to stick to what Trump wants you to do, or it could be your job. But now we, the American public, don't know if we can trust future labor reports. And that's just adding to the list of American institutions that are being, if not dismantled, weakened under the Trump administration, you know? And so how are we going to be able to, you know, how are elected officials going to be able to make decisions if they can't trust the data? How are voters going to be able to make decisions about how to spend their money, how to choose their leaders, how to operate if they can't trust the data, if they can't trust what our bureaucracy, what our leaders are telling us is true, or are they just saying things to coddle to one person, which is President Trump?
Yeah,
so it's really troubling.
How do Republican senators feel about this firing? There was a bit of a split response on Capitol. The Senate Majority Leader John Thune said there's a lack of trust in those statistics already. He sounded like he was siding with Trump on this. And then Cynthia Lummis, who is a conservative Republican senator, told our colleague Morgan Rimmer, said if the president is firing the statistician because the numbers are unreliable, now that would be good to know. But if the president is firing the statistician because he doesn't like the numbers, but they are accurate, then that's a problem. Aaron, you wrote about this Orwellian turn of sorts by this administration.
Yeah, and I thought it was pretty remarkable. You know, certain people, after Trump does something like this, we always see a number of people kind of putting forward justifications that don't happen to be the ones that Trump is actually offering. When Trump is interviewed about this, after he did it, he basically said, no, it's because I don't like the numbers. The justification that he gave, and our colleague Daniel Dale has been doing fact-checking on this, was that there was a big revision downward that happened after the 2024 election. No, that actually came 2 months before the election. So the justifications he's putting forward here are not the same ones as the kind of more high-minded ones that his allies are putting forward. And that just reinforces that this is a very punitive thing that he's done here. And so I think if you look at the way these Republicans are talking about it, that Lummis quote is significant. We also saw this from Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky, Tom Tillis from North Carolina, basically raising this concern that maybe this isn't a good thing. Like maybe he can do this, but maybe he shouldn't do this. And so it's going to be interesting to see whether this is kind of a bridge too far for them.
And I find we're talking about the consequences, but let's boil it down to where the motivation is. Trump ran on the economy. If he is coming and he is not able to turn it around, if the numbers start looking bad, he was able to pull different swing voters because he said, Biden's economy is hurting you. I'm going to turn this around. And if he is then not be able to make it greater with tariffs, with other aspects of the economy, that's why you see him going after Powell, the Fed chair, I think that he's going to be in trouble. And that's why the midterms and the economy are such a big issue.
And look, we are, in a lot of ways, heading into a new chapter of this second term where Congress is heading home for its recess. We're now through 7 months. And now we are in this next phase of this tariff policy. He had threatened these tariffs to go into effect on Friday. Now we're expected now to go into effect on August 7th on a whole host of measures. And now the economy and people may very well start feeling the impact. So how have prices been impacted by all of this? There have been price increases from May to June. Big retailers are now threatening to increase prices even more. That is going to have a significant political impact as well, if in fact consumers start feeling that.
Without question. And look, I mean, every president gets jobs reports that they don't like. I was talking to an Obama administration official over the weekend, sort of understanding this BLS, how it works. And they had a BLS official, obviously. And in 2009, the jobs numbers were so bad. They're like, we wish we could have fired him. But obviously, that's not how it works generally. But prices, it's a huge concern. I mean, to Olivia's point, it's what President Trump ran on. So if prices are up this year into next year, it's a problem.
What are you hearing about how Republicans, are they with him? Are they still standing? They've been, you heard like Senate Majority Leader Thune. He is not a tariff guy. He's been opposed to tariffs his entire career. But now he's saying, he's hoped that these would be temporary.
Yeah.
But these are now here to stay.
Yeah.
And this party is now stuck with it.
What we're finding in Congress is that there are plenty of Republicans who privately disagree or are hesitant to fully embrace what President Trump wants to do. But that's privately. Publicly, there are very few Republicans who are willing to challenge him or even question him. I think what they're trying to use is back channels to ask the questions, to make the suggestions, to be cautionary. But publicly, there's just so much hesitation to be perceived as challenging or contradicting what President Trump wants to do. And I mean, I think it goes to the overall theme of Congress just not having, congressional Republicans just not having much incentive or interest in going against President Trump for their own political reasons, for their fear of the base. And I think some of it is genuinely saying, hey, he was elected on this message. Let's give him a chance to try these things that he wants to do and set his own agenda. Now, they've given him a long runway. It has not yet paid off. I think some of them are still hoping it does. But again, I think privately there's a lot more concern than what we see publicly.
Yeah, and a lot of this, too, has to do with how he's handled the Jeffrey Epstein matter. It has not gone away, and that's been a question all along, too. This story that sort of flew under the radar on Friday involving Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's associate, suddenly was moved. She's serving a 20-year prison sentence, suddenly moved to a lower security prison after speaking to the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche. And there hasn't really been any explanation about what she told Todd Blanche and why this move ultimately happened.
Yeah, the Bureau of Prisons hasn't said why this move was made. Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney is not talking about the reason why this was made. I think this adds to a whole host of questions that the White House and the broader administration haven't put to bed on this. Trump keeps saying very odd things about this, leaving open the possibility of a Maxwell pardon. I mean, he at the very least seems to want her to believe that this is a possibility for her, whether or not it is.
But why? That's still the question.
I mean, if I had to guess, it's the things that she says are going to be impactful on him. She's talking, in addition to talking to Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, she's talking about coming in and testifying in front of Congress, although that appears to be delayed right now. There's just a whole lot of weird stuff going on right now, and they haven't really addressed it all, including about his own relationship with her and the timeline of the employee being stolen from Mar-a-Lago. There's so many questions here, and they just seem to be snowballing at this point.
Yeah, that's been the...
All right. Well, I don't hear CNN talking about the Obama, Hillary, Russia hoax. I don't hear them saying anything about that. Here we go.
Good morning. I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Is it the best of times or the worst of times? Once again, another American sector becomes a political Rorschach test. First, the good. The economy has largely defied gravity despite the uncertainty of Donald Trump's tariffs. The nation's GDP grew sharply in the second quarter, and people are shopping. Consumer spending, which powers 70% of the economy, is also up. Combine this with steady inflation, a stronger stock market, and tariff revenue in the billions, according to the White House. Now, here's the bad news. The unemployment rate is rising. Hiring is slowing. July's jobs report was the worst since the pandemic. Prices are up. Investment in this is down. And once again, confusion and chaos reign over who gets a tariff and who gets a delay and who gets a break. Oh, and Trump just fired the messenger in charge of the jobs reports. Why? Because he didn't like the results.
We're doing so well. I believe the numbers were phony, just like they were before the election. And there were other times. So you know what I did? I fired her. Right. And so you know what? I did the right thing.
So, do you feel liberated yet? Well, it depends on who you ask. This firing of the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics is, I think, one of the more stunning things that Trump has done, not because people in Washington will be stunned, but because of the ripple effects that it will have for the people who rely on it around the globe and on Wall Street, people who make business decisions here in this country.
Yeah, I think that there's going to inevitably have to be a private sector alternative that emerges. Most of these statistics can be pulled after the fact. Even if the government tries to flub the numbers or fudge them, there is a way that we're going to be able to get that data. But keep in mind, he's toyed with the idea of firing Jerome Powell on a number of occasions. That's something that's much more difficult for him to do. There are checks in place. His lawyers, I bet, have advised him against doing so. This is something that's technically within his purview to do. But I think it raises concerns naturally if you're going to put somebody in place who's going to be a bit more favorable to you. Are they going to inflate the numbers as we see them? But to your opening, we're in a choose your own adventure economy. There's something good. There's plenty of good things you could point to, and there's plenty of bad things you could point to. What you don't need right now is this sort of just uncertainty when you're giving out basics around jobs numbers.
I mean, just 2 days ago, Howard Lutnick was saying GDP surged to 3% and the Trump economy has officially arrived. Biden's first quarter is behind us and growth is already accelerating. So the only thing that's really changed is Trump's mood.
Yeah.
Today.
I mean, look, if I were a decision desk on the economy, I'd say it's too early to call. We don't know exactly where this Trump economy is necessarily going, though I do have to ask the question of whether or not the suit that Donald Trump wore on Friday is from the Banana Republic. Because when you fire a lifelong bureaucrat whose mere job is to count the numbers, count the numbers, count the number of jobs. This is not a partisan position. This, to me, is the worst of Donald Trump that gets at the conspiracy theories, the idea that the 2020 election was stolen when clearly it wasn't. These job numbers weren't flubbed. This is a reaction to Donald Trump's tariffs that, at least in the near term, at least the job market did not necessarily like.
I think that's absolutely right. And what scares me here is this notion of if you don't give me jobs numbers I like, I will fire you. What will the next person do, right? Every Trump firing is that if you don't give me what I like. So does he live in a world where he doesn't actually know what's going on because the people who might say, hey, something bad is happening, wouldn't say it to him because they would risk losing their job?
Look, it is well within his purview to make this decision to fire the jobs person. It's well within purview to do it. And look, they had to make adjustments to the jobs numbers for the prior months. There were some adjustments that had to be made about a year ago in August. So when you look at it over time, it's within his purview to do it. If he doesn't have confidence in the person, he has a right to fire them.
In other words,
elections have consequences.
So in other words, if he doesn't like the results that the person is producing, he can fire
remember,
them.
there was an adjustment in the results. The results weren't right.
That doesn't mean that the director was wrong.
This also isn't going to give him the solution he wants, because the reality is, and we said this all leading up to the election, you can give people whatever stats you want about the economy. How they feel is going to dictate their feelings. Heading into the midterms, if they people they know are struggling to find jobs, if they've been laid off, if unemployment is up, they're going to know that regardless of what the Bureau of Labor Statistics
That's true.
says.
It also is true that revisions happen. They happen under every president. They happened when he was president the first time. They happened under Biden. So the idea that revisions are inherently a problem is nonsensical. That doesn't.
Well, I don't know that it's nonsensical. It's, again,
it is.
Within the province of the president,
elections have consequences. As if this is something
if he wants to change somebody out, it's well within his province.
He's acting as if this is something new when it's really not. There are revisions actually almost every month. It's just that they're not always all large.
And the argument this is going to have some tremendous ripple effect on the economy long term. I mean, going back to your point, that it's really not. And we're not going to be talking about this a week from now.
We're not going to be able to trust the government to tell us the truth. That is a very important thing, especially within a global economic context. How do we know that the next person will tell us the truth because his job is on the line or her job is on the line?
That is a good question. I mean, how will we know?
I mean, look, this person is not a protected job. We have elections have consequences.
But to answer his question,
we can change out folks in leadership positions because the president wants to.
I know, but Jim, to answer Touré's question, how does Trump explain to people that they should trust these numbers when he has literally explicitly fired someone because he did not like the numbers that they produced?
Or he didn't believe in the numbers, or the numbers had to be adjusted.
Going forward, when he puts somebody in that position, the whole world is going to assume, well, that person has that job because that person's going to produce numbers that Donald Trump likes.
Look, that's why we have congressional oversight. Right? That's
Wow.
why
How
Congress
does that
exists to
working
have
out?
congressional oversight. And it's up to Congress then to hold these agencies accountable. We have checks and balances in this country.
Yeah, I
the
mean,
president isn't the only check and is not the only balance.
It's just interesting that Trump is sort of devoid of agency in this situation, as if he doesn't have the power to exert some kind of modicum of self-control in this moment.
Donald Trump can do a lot of things as president. The presidency is vested in enormous powers. But just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something.
Right.
And in this particular case, I am somebody who studies stats. And, I give Donald Trump, I think, a very fair shake. I give all sides, I think, a pretty fair shake. But it is reliant on the numbers being reliable. And when you make moves like this, you see a little bit of doubt that the numbers going forward with whomever is put in charge of the BLS, all of a sudden, at least in terms of numbers, that they are not nearly what they should be.
And that's a very key point, because if you put somebody in who's just a diehard Trump loyalist and suddenly you start seeing off-the-charts numbers that just don't reflect the reality of the economy, Americans are not going to believe it. But we do live in such a polarized environment right now that about half the country is going to be like, yeah, I don't trust a Biden appointee, put in a Trump person. And the other half is going to be like, this is unprecedented. You're firing a bureaucrat who's not a partisan. So I think either way you're going to have a lack of trust, but I do think there's a way that the numbers should be.
But your other point is trust the bureaucracy? Are we going to sit around this table and say that people in this country trust career bureaucrats at this point?
First of
I don't
all,
think that's the case. We
for
had to
the
change
last
elections for that
however
reason.
many years, okay, everybody gets the jobs numbers on the first Friday of the month, and they digest them. But the more important thing about jobs numbers, I mean, yes, everybody understands the economy based on their own personal economy, what's happening in their families and their communities. But government entities, businesses make decisions based on these official numbers. They matter because they are tied to something. So when they go away, I mean, we already have private sector numbers. ADP produces numbers, but the reason we have government numbers is because we have government entities that make decisions based on those numbers. When that goes away, what do we have?
And are we going to sit around this table and say that government always gets it right?
Government
the bureaucrats
does not,
always get it right?
not,
that we trust everything the bureaucracy
Well, let me go back to what Harry Enton said.
There's no way the American people
Let me go back
believe
to what Harry Enton said at the beginning. What makes the United States different from the Banana Republic or the Soviet Union or whatever it is that actually, that over many decades, we've created a system in which people believe, not just us as Americans, but around the world, that American statistics and numbers and facts are generally reliable. And when that goes away, that's the part that I think that is
But you're
uncharted
presupposing
territory.
it's going to go away just because we change out the person.
I'm just asking. I mean, I'm asking the question.
that's what I'm saying.
What's
Trump-
the criteria by which Donald Trump's going to pick that new person in that slot?
I think the ongoing attack on truth that we see from Trump will have a global impact of we cannot trust the United States. We don't know what they're saying is true.
Man, please. Everybody respects the United States. And that's for sure. You see what's going on around the world. All right, here we go.
So as it turns out, when you build your entire show around sneering at half the country, audiences eventually tune out. Just ask The Late Show host Stephen Colbert. And then there's The View, where diversity somehow means only inviting left-wing guests. It begs the question, is there still appetite for civil discourse and apolitical entertainment? Or has the liberal echo chamber become the norm? Well, Charlemagne certainly has some thoughts. Well, I give you a lot of credit because you have had me on your show. You have people with differing viewpoints on a lot of different things on your show. And Charlemagne, I think we need more of that.
Absolutely.
You know, you look, though, at things like, take a look at these numbers. This is The View. The View had, since January, from January until July, look at that, 0 conservatives and 102 left-leaning guests. And then listen to...
Is that real?
That's real. And this is ABC News. And listen to what ex-reporter Terry Moran had to say. He said, but... we were biased, yes. Almost inadvertently, I'd say ABC News has the same problem so many leading cultural institutions do in America, a lack of viewpoint diversity. It's no secret there are hardly any people who supported Donald Trump at ABC News or other corporate legacy mainstream news networks. How important do you think it is to have different viewpoints and allow people, I mean, you're here on my show, I appreciate that, and vice versa, you had me on yours. This is important.
I think it's very important because I think a lot of times people talk about folks they never talk to.
Yeah.
And if you think that a person is spreading misinformation, if you think that a person is lying, then, bring them on your platform and have that conversation. Like, present the facts, present the truth, and then let the people decide. I think that's ridiculous to never, ever have anybody on your show that you don't agree with or has an opposing view of you or is from a different political party. Because at the end of the day, man, regardless of who's in the White House, that person represents all of America. And I reserve the right to criticize both parties.
Well, and I would say that person is a representative of America, and we should all want that person to succeed for America, right? No matter your political viewpoints, right?
100% agree. Like when you ask me, what do I think President Trump has done over the last 6 months? I don't want to say that I think he did a terrible job, but if he's doing a terrible job, I got to call it like it is. And if it was a Democrat,
I will respectfully disagree with you on that.
Understand,
but that's okay. You can have your viewpoint.
But if it was I gave President Biden the same hell too, because I didn't think he was doing a good job. All we want is somebody in those positions that's going to do a good job. I'm not a party person in no way, shape, or form. I want to say I'm an independent, but that don't make no sense because there's only two parties in this country, right? So you're going to end up voting for one of the other.
Do you see yourself in 2028 voting blue or voting red? And is there anyone you might already see yourself supporting?
I really don't know. I mean, I think that there's some good candidates out there. I think that we really have to look to the governors when it comes to the Democrats. I don't think that there's any change agents that's going to come out of nowhere and shake things up in the Democratic Party. I think it's going to end up being a governor, Josh Shapiro or a Wes Moore, somebody like that. And they actually have a track record, right? Because you can go look at their states to see what they're probably going to end up doing on a national level. The only other person I would like to see in 2028 run, and this is going to sound ridiculous probably coming from me, I would love to see Jon Stewart run in 2028. If we're talking about a change agent coming from the outside that's really going to shake things up and somebody that I feel like can speak to, all people. Plus he's a celebrity who actually knows what they're talking about. We've seen him get legislation and stuff, passed before. Like, we know where his heart is. He'd be somebody I'd like to see really get in the race and disrupt things in 2028. Maybe a Jon Stewart Colbert ticket because Colbert's not going to have a job. He's not working because of President Trump, so they say.
Well, people say different things. They also say he lost $40 million a year for CBS, which is also a bit of a problem whenever you're trying to have a successful show. If you had to pick a Republican who might be able to earn your vote, is there anyone you like that you would look at?
I mean, I was in South Carolina. I grew up in South Carolina under, somebody like Nikki Haley, right? So I can see something like that. I do think, and this is, I think that traditional conservatives are going to take the Republican Party back. I think there's a political coup going on right now in the Republican Party that people aren't paying attention to.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I think that this Epstein thing is going to be a way for traditional conservatives to take their party back. I really do. I think that they know this is the issue that has gotten the base riled up. The MAGA base isn't letting this issue go, and for the first time, they know they can, probably take their party back and not piss off the MAGA base. I think they're going to do that.
Well, I would say, we've never seen a typical election since the day that Donald Trump came down the golden escalator. So I don't know that we'll ever see another typical kind of traditional election with traditional Republicans. I don't know. I feel like things have changed, the game changed, and to say that the old guard is going to kind of come back, that's a big statement.
But that's the mistake Republicans are going to make. Republicans are going to make the same mistake that Democrats made, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. Barack Obama was a one-of-one, once-in-a-lifetime, political juggernaut. And since Barack Obama, every Democrat has tried to be Barack Obama. You're not Barack Obama.
You got to be yourself.
It's going to be the same thing with Republicans. Say what you want. Donald Trump is a once-in-a-lifetime, one-on-one political juggernaut. You're not going to be Donald Trump. So if you think you're going to be able to do what Donald Trump has done, talk the way Donald Trump has talked, get away with what Donald Trump has got away with, it's not going to happen. So everybody right now, we have the opportunity to have a huge reset. I think you should blow it all up. I think that people are really sick and tired of what we've been presented from both parties. By the way, we knew this before the last election. They were telling us that like 70% of people did not want to see a rematch between Trump or Biden. So it's just like we know we want something different. Everybody wants something different. So I think that if Democrats keep doing the same old thing, they're going to keep getting the same results. And if Republicans, think that they can repeat what has been done and don't try to give the people something new, they're going to get the results they don't want.
Well, just to wrap up here, and I appreciate our whole conversation. You on your show have a lot of young viewers. You're very influential, I think, with a lot of people. What would be your message to this next generation of voters? Because they're going to play a very pivotal role coming up in these midterms and coming up in 2028. What's your message?
Let's stop listening to the catchy slogans. Let's stop putting on jerseys for different parties, and let's just focus on the people who are putting the ideas out there that truly are going to put more money in your pocket and truly are going to make you feel safe in this country. Like, who is the forward-thinking people that are talking about, making this country more affordable, who are talking about really making you as an individual smarter, telling you what sectors to get into the world to make, this country better. Listen to people's ideas. Like, we focus too much on individuals. We focus too much on identity. We focus too much on party. What are people's ideas? Because that is what is going to always win.
All right. Well, Charlemagne, we appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for sitting down with me.
One thing I got to say is, he's a Democrat, registered Democrat, but he's talking to Lara Trump, who is a conservative, married to Trump's son, Eric. So you got to give him props for that. Okay. This is one of the only, liberal that is actually open to talking to a conservative. I give him props for that. You got to give props when props are due, man. Here we go.
All right. Well, Charlemagne, I'm so honored to have you here. Thanks for coming on My View.
Laura, thank you for having me. You did Breakfast Club. I had to return the favor.
Yeah, we're trying to reciprocate. I appreciate that very
right.
much. So look, we're 6 months into President Trump's second term in office. Now, I know you've been critical. You've had your bones to pick with President Trump. If you took his name out of it and looked solely at what has happened, the policies and the things that have changed around the world and in our country over the first 6 months, how do you rate his presidency so far?
I wouldn't give it a good rating,
Why not?
Simply because, the least of us are still being impacted the worst. Like when you look at something like, the big, beautiful bill, that's something that, I'm going to benefit from because of the tax bracket that I'm in. But, there's going to be so many people that's hurt by that bill. And, anything that, takes away Medicaid from people and is going to put people in a worse financial situation than, they were previously in, I'm not for. And, he ran on that. Like, he ran on, the economy. He ran on saying that, grocery prices were going to be down. And,
That has happened.
No.
Inflation is trending down. And by the way, Medicaid, we want to make sure that people who are not actual recipients or shouldn't be getting Medicaid are off of Medicaid so it can actually benefit more people. There is good stuff in that bill, though. You have the 2017 tax cuts that are made permanent, and that really is for everybody. But that's for everyone. Everyone in this country is impacted by that. You also have things, by the way, like money going to school choice for parents all across this country. There is a lot of good that I think will come out of the big, beautiful bill. But what about things like...
Right now, people are hurting. And, he campaigned on immediate change, day one change.
And you don't think you felt any change? People aren't feeling change.
No.
Do you feel safer knowing that Iran will not have the ability to develop a nuclear weapon?
Iran?
Yeah.
Sure. I feel safe if you're telling me that a country won't have the ability to build a nuclear weapon.
Do you feel better knowing our borders closed?
Yes.
Okay, so don't
get me wrong. There's certain things that I absolutely, understood. Like, as far as, border security. But I understood border security for different reasons. Like, people were complaining about the border because they felt like people were coming into, the country and, taking jobs away from people in certain areas and certain communities. And that is the conversation that I had been hearing, for the past year and a half prior to the election. I understand that. But I want to see the criminals and illegal immigrants, actually deported.
Well, that's happening.
Not people who are here, trying to go through the process of being in this country legally. Like when you see people actually getting deported and getting detained, and they're actually trying to go through the process of being American citizens, that's not right.
Well, we're allowing those people to leave. They actually get money to leave, and then they get to reapply to come back here the right way.
But leave and go where?
They go back to their home country, and then they
what if they've never even been to that country?
Well, they have been to that country. That's where they came here from. But let me ask you this. Hold on.
Some of them haven't, though. A lot of them haven't.
I don't know about
I've seen
that.
a lot of cases of people getting deported.
Well,
back to places
some went to El
been.
Salvador who were from Venezuela, but those people have now been sent back to Venezuela. Let me ask you about how the Democrats have responded, though, in the first 6 months of this presidency. How do you rate their response? Because it feels like to a lot of people watching, they don't really have an alternative. And it's a lot of, we hate this because Donald Trump is trying to do it. What do you think of how they've reacted?
When you look at Democrats' approval rating in this country, when you look at Republicans' approval rating in this country, you see that Americans are just fed up with it all. Like, Democrats suck. We know that already, though. You know what I mean? So it's like, I knew that Trump would probably get in office again and fumble, but I also knew that Democrats wouldn't have the team put together properly to recover the ball. So what you're seeing right now from just American people is just a backlash to everything. People want something different.
Well, when I was on your show back in, I think it was October of last year, you told me that you would have been happy to have voted for Kamala Harris as the nominee for the Democrat Party. I want to ask you, do you still feel that way? Do you think she was the best representative and the best person for the Democrats in their chance to have a president this term?
Yes, I would have voted for, I did vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. But absolutely. Because, if you look right now, she's looking pretty good because a lot of the things that she said, President Trump would do, he actually did. And, I did a segment on The Daily Show, after he became president. And I was like, prove people wrong. Everything that everybody is saying about you, everything that they say you're going to do, all you got to do is simply not do. But he did it anyway.
Well, let me ask you.
Not like he was listening to me. I'm just simply saying.
He listens to everyone. He takes input from all around. So Kamala Harris, listen to this. She now says that she is not going to seek becoming governor of California. Here's her statement. She says, for now, my leadership and public service will not be in elected office. I look forward to getting back out and listening to the American people, helping elect Democrats across the nation who will fight fearlessly and sharing more details in the months ahead about my own plan. Charlemagne, if you look at what Democrat primary voters think about some of the candidates, look at where Kamala Harris falls. She's number 2, right here behind Pete Buttigieg. Do you think she should run for president again?
She can do whatever she wants. I don't personally know if I would run for president if I was her. And if she does, she has to get a real connection with the people. I think that's something that she's always been missing. If you look at from 2020 to now, whenever you see her, it always seems like it's transactional, right? Like she ran for president, so she was trying to get, people's attention for that. Then she became vice president. Then she became the actual nominee. People have never seen the VP just out having a conversation, doing what she says she wants to do right there, which is just being of service to the people in that way. And I think she just needs to establish a real connection with the people. I think any of those candidates that are attempting to run need to establish a real connection with the people. And I think that you do it by doing things like this. Like, you have to show up to the Fox Newses of the world. You have to show up to the Joe Rogans of the world. Hell, I think that in 2028, really now, until 2028, they should have their own platforms. They should be launching their own podcasts.
Should she have done Joe Rogan?
She definitely should have done Joe Rogan. I told her that personally. But more importantly, I think now they should be launching their own podcast. I got to give people like Gavin Newsom props. I got to give people like Nikki Haley props, even though I don't like Gavin Newsom's podcast. But the fact he has established his own platform and the fact people like Nikki Haley have established their own platform, that is how you're going to connect with people moving forward.
Well, I was going to ask you, what advice would you overall give Democrats? Sounds like for potential presidential nominees, you'd say they need to connect more with people. What overall advice would you give the party?
You got to throw the old regime completely under the bus. Whoever is going to be leading the party moving forward, whoever says that they're going to be the face of the party moving forward, you got to be willing to throw that old regime we just saw under the bus. I read Jake Tapper's The Original Sin, right? So when a lie of that magnitude is told, and not just a lie that, we all read about, a lie that we saw with our own ears and heard with our own eyes. Yeah. And then, President Biden dropped out, when it was way too late. Like when you see that happen, you got to be willing to throw that old regime completely under the bus and say, hey, I am presenting something totally new.
And I don't think Kamala Harris can throw Joe Biden under the bus. And I'm surprised that, Shamila, the God, because his name, the God, I'm surprised he is, Charlemagne, the God. I'm surprised that he actually is saying that anybody who is willing to run for the Democratic Party has to be able to throw whoever came before them under the bus. I'm surprised. Charlemagne the God. Charlemagne. Here we go.
Charlemagne the God knows New York. His morning show, The Breakfast Club, is a cultural institution in this city. And he's watching closely as a self-proclaimed socialist, Zohran Mamdani, gets within reach of Gracie Mansion. But here's the question. When did the rent is too high become a Trojan horse for radicalism? When did progressive slogans start replacing actual solutions? As Mamdani gains traction and the Democratic Party scrambles to find its soul, even Charlemagne is asking whether the language they're using is helping anyone or just driving voters away. Here's more of our exclusive sit-down. Well, let me ask you about that, because it seems like the new face of the party is a guy who just won the Democrat primary here in New York City, Zohran Mamdani.
You think he's the face of the party?
Well, he seems to be the one who is out front. You have Mamdani, you have AOC, but who is really the leader of the Democrat Party? But
I don't think they have one.
Exactly. So is this the person who they should be championing, and is this the right leadership for New York City, do you think?
I don't think it's about individuals. I think it's about ideas. And I think, what he's presenting as far as just simply talking about affordability. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. When you hear somebody go out there and say, hey, look, the groceries are too damn high in New York City. The rent is too damn high in New York City. New York City is not affordable. Anybody who goes out anywhere in this country and has that message is going to be effective. That's what President Trump did. President Trump did the same exact thing. He went out there and he said it himself. I won this election because of one word: groceries. Because people are out here hurting. People are out here starving.
Well, but the real question is, will socialism be the way?
I don't like the word socialism.
But he says that's what he's for,
I know,
right?
and if you watch him on Breakfast Club, I told him, I said, Democrats, y'all come up with, all type of language for all types of other stupid stuff, right? Like pregnant people and, whatever it is. Like
birthing people.
Yeah, all of that.
They need a new term then. You don't like socialism.
You need a new term for socialism. But I think affordability is actually the right term. When you're speaking to people's pockets, people will always hear you. Because that is something, I don't care if you're black, white, gay, straight, regardless of what your party is, your religion is. If you are a person who is... we want two things in America. We want more money in our pocket, and we want to feel safe. Mm-hmm. If you can speak to that, you will always connect with people.
Well, it's funny you bring up feeling safe, because he also has said things like that he wants to potentially replace some of our NYPD officers with social workers. Listen to this soundbite, though, from him, because he sort of flip-flops. 2021, he says one thing about the police. Take a listen to this.
When we talk about defund the NYPD, the entirety of the push is defund the NYPD and refund all of these different social services and things that actually create safety.
I am not defunding the police. I am not running to defund the police.
All right. Well, obviously, Charlemagne, he says he's not into defunding the police, but you heard from him not long ago there. I think the question a lot of people here in New York have is, how do we make our streets safer when you've already seen a lot of money taken away from the NYPD, right? Mm-hmm. You've seen their budget pared back because you had a huge budget for the illegal immigrants here in the city. You've seen that you've had a lot of people retiring. Does that make you feel good as someone who works here in New York City?
Well, he said it right there, and that's another slogan that they need to get rid of, right? Defund the police. But he said it, refund social services. Like, whenever people have these conversations about defunding the police, what they're talking about is just take some of those hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars that are being put into the police departments and put them into things that can actually make our community safer. Like, when he was on Breakfast Club and he talked about pairing, mental health professionals with police officers, because that's what you need sometimes. Like, if I'm a police officer, I'm not equipped to go out there and deal with somebody who's having a mental health crisis. And then, because I fear for my life, this person might attack me, I shoot them, I kill them. Now it's a big controversy, when the reality is pair them with people who actually do that work, so you can prevent, some of those type of things. And also, man, put money in those communities to give these kids something to do. Like, these kids are going to resort, to crime and other things if they don't have, community centers, if they don't have access to trade school, if they don't have, food in their stomach. Like, I completely understand him when he says, refund social services. That's the thing that we need to hear.
Yeah, and I by the way, think a lot of people agree with that, but not at the deficit to our police force. I think you probably can do both.
I want police officers to make more money. Like, if these police departments are getting billions and billions of dollars, it's not even going into the police officers' pockets most of the time. So where is it going? So if you're spending all this money on the police departments and you're militarizing the police, what are you doing that for? Maybe if you put more money in the police officers' pockets, maybe some of them will be happy. Another conversation that we've been having is like, we talk about pairing police officers with mental health professionals. What about police officers' mental health? Police officers are human too. They're dealing with all types of issues. Sometimes they have to go out and go into these communities and they might be projecting the pain and the hurt that they're feeling onto other people abusing their power. So, I think that there is a way to, please all parties in that situation, but we got to start talking about what the root causes of these problems are. I think we get too caught up in slogans and we end up, arguing about things and nothing ever gets solved.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
I'm not going to cap, man. I'm not going to cap. Everything he just said right here in this interview with Lara Trump is absolute facts, okay? I truly believe that police officers should be paid more, as well as teachers should be paid more. And I think police officers definitely need, help mentally, just because the work is hard. It's not an easy job to go out there every day to try to protect people in your community. It is not easy at all. And, when we get in trouble, the first thing we think about is 911. So who is going to take care of the police? If they take care of us when we get in trouble or when we need help, we call 911. So I truly believe that, police officers too need mental health help. And I support everything he said in this interview. And he's a liberal. So this is what I always say here on this channel. Whether you are a Democrat or you are a Republican, don't forget that you are an American first. It is country before party. Don't forget that. All right, the Commander-in-Chief, the 45th, now the 47th President of the United States. Here we go.
Okay, thank you very much. We had a very good weekend in many respects. We're seeing phenomenal numbers in terms of the business we do with other countries and the business we do within our own country. I mean, really phenomenal numbers. We'll be announcing a new statistician sometime over the next 3-4 days. We had no confidence. I mean, the numbers were ridiculous, what she announced, but that was just one negative number. All of the numbers seem to be great. And so we'll see how that comes out. And if you remember, just before the election, this woman came out with these phenomenal numbers on Biden's economy. Phenomenal numbers. And then right after the election, they announced that those numbers were wrong. And that's what they did the other day. So it's a scam, in my opinion. My opinion is it's just additional scam.
On Russia, Mr. President, can you say, have those nuclear submarines been deployed yet to face Russia?
I've already put out a statement, and the answer is they are in the region, where they have to be.
Did you say what Steve Witkoff's message will be to the Russians? Is there anything they can do to avoid sanctions at this point?
Get a deal where people stop getting killed. They had a number that just came out that a tremendous number of Russian soldiers are being killed. And likewise, Ukraine, a lower number, but still thousands and thousands of people. And now we're adding towns where they're being hit by missiles. So it's a lot of people being killed in that ridiculous war. And, we stopped a lot of countries from war, India and Pakistan. We stopped a lot of countries. And we're going to get that one stopped, too. Somehow we're going to get that one stopped. That's a really horrible war. You heard about Cambodia and Thailand. We got that one done. We got the Congo, which was going on for 31 years. Rwanda, that one's done. We stopped a lot of wars. This is the one we seem to be, this should be the easiest to stop, and it's not. I mean, Rwanda and Congo were going on 31 years and I got it stopped. 8 million people dead, at least. That's what they have, but I think the number is much higher. And the leaders of each country, Rwanda and the Congo, they were great. They were great, and they wanted it stopped. 31 years it went on. We stopped a lot of wars. Serbia, Kosovo was going to be happening, and I don't believe it will now, so we stopped that one too. Yes?
You said you had more of an update to give us on Gaza, on the Gaza Strip. Can you give us any?
Only we want the people fed. And we're the only country that's really doing that. We're putting up money to get the people fed. And Steve Witkoff is doing a great job. And we want Israel to get them fed. We're giving some pretty big contributions, basically to purchase food so the people can be fed. We don't want people going hungry, and we don't want people to starve. And there's some bad things happening.
Do they see evidence of a genocide in Gaza?
I don't think it's that. Look, they're in a war. Some horrible things happened on October 7th, as you know. It was a horrible, horrible thing. One of the worst I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of bad things since I'm president in terms of wars and potential wars. I mean, if you look at the one that we just stopped, there are thousands of people being dead already at the border between Thailand and Cambodia. Thousands of people. And I mean, I've seen some bad things, but that October 7th was with Hamas was really, really bad.
Mr. President, can you give us an update on Steve Witkoff in Russia and what happens on Friday if the deadline comes and Russia has not agreed to a ceasefire?
Well, there'll be sanctions, but they seem to be pretty good at avoiding sanctions. You know, they're wily characters, and they're pretty good at avoiding sanctions. So we'll see what happens. But Steve is focused right now on the border in terms of, we're talking about with Gaza, getting people fed. And he may be going, I think next week, Wednesday or Thursday, may be going to Russia. They would like to see him. They've asked that he meet, so we'll see what happens.
Mr. President, what advice do you have for Republicans on Capitol Hill heading into midterms? What do they need to do? What can they do to, you know, hold?
Well, one of the things they're going to be talking about pretty soon are the tremendous drop in drug prices. You know, we've cut drug prices by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500%. I don't mean 50%. I mean 1,400, 1,500%. Because we're going favored nations. We want the same price as Europe gets. We want the same price as other country gets. And over the years, 25, 30 years ago, it started where they were charging us much more. And I put an end to it, you know, with a letter that you saw last week. So I think that's going to be a point. I don't know how anybody could win an election if they're on the other side of that issue. So we'll be dropping drug prices. It'll start over the next 2 to 3 months by 1,200, 1,300, and even 1,400% and 500%, but not just 50% or 25%, which normally would be a lot, because the rest of the world pays much less for the identical drug, and we're going to be paying the same thing. We're going to have a favored nations. We will pay as low as the lowest nation in the world.
And then, Mr. President, I think it just came out $29 billion in July taken in tariff revenue. You know, could we see a potential rebate here, and what would that look like, and who would qualify?
Well, we're going to pay down debt. We have a lot of money coming in, much more money than the country's ever seen, by hundreds of billions of dollars. And there could be a distribution or a dividend to the people of our country. I would say for people that would be middle-income people and lower-income people, we could do a dividend. But one of the things we're going to be doing is reducing debt. But we have hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our country now. We should have done this many years ago. And I did it in my first term with China. We didn't get to the rest because COVID hit. And you couldn't really go to France and Spain and Italy and say, let's start talking about some tariffs. But China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, and we did it then. And then Biden screwed it all up. He screwed everything he touched, he screwed up. So, thank you.
When will you endorse Winsome Earl Sears in the Virginia governor's race?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I would. I think probably she's got a tough race. She shouldn't have, but because the candidate she's running against is not very good. But I think she's got a tough race. But I would, yeah.
When will you swear in Jeanine Pirro to be the
I
US
will
attorney
happily
for DC?
swear in Jeanine Pirro, who's going to be fantastic at what she does in D.C. Over the next very short period of time. I think she's going to be fantastic. Don't forget, Jeanine Pirro was a great judge and a great prosecutor. And because she was so good, I was there. She was an amazing prosecutor and judge. And because she was so good, they drafted her into show business. And she did fantastic. You know, The Five was the #1 show, et cetera, et cetera. Jeanine Pirro was also really good at that. But her real love is exactly what she's doing. And that's what made her such a success in show business. So Jeanine Pirro is going to be amazing. And I'll swear her in as soon as we can swear her in. We need her. She's going to be amazing.
Mr. President, are you happy with how the Rose Garden turned out? And will you have some kind of event for the Rose Garden? Are you happy with how it turned out?
Yeah, we're getting great reviews on the Rose Garden, and we had to do it. As an example, when we had a press conference, you'd sink into the it would take 5 days for it to dry out, and we couldn't use it for really the intended purpose. So whether they had events or they had news conferences, we couldn't use it. And it's a beautiful white stone, and it's a stone that's the same color as the White House itself. And because it's very white, it's going to reflect the heat. It's not going to be very hot, like if you had a dark stone. So, yeah, we've gotten great reviews on the Rose Garden.
Any update on the search for the Federal Reserve Board? Have you been interviewing candidates?
No, I have a couple of people in mind. I'll be announcing somebody for the filling of the person that left. A woman left, as you know, who was I guess a Biden appointment, either Biden or Obama, but I think a Biden appointment. And she left early, and I think she left because she agreed with me on interest rates, and yet they were on the other side of the ballpark, right? So I'll be announcing that probably over the next couple of days.
Mr. President, one more on tariffs here. As you continue to, pile up these trade deals, are you kind of gaining more leverage over countries that haven't come out?
Yeah, I'm not looking for leverage. I'm looking for fairness. We want reciprocal as much as possible. Sometimes reciprocal would be too much for them to handle because it would be a much bigger number. But we want to see some reciprocity. We want to see reciprocal wherever we can. And all I can say is this: our country will be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. You just said it. Already we're taking in, billions and billions of dollars. And it was very unfair. The world treated us very unfair. But the next big move is going to be the price of drugs. Because you could buy something in London or in Germany, someplace in Germany or many countries where it's 1/10, 1/3, 1/4, but sometimes 1/10 the price of what it costs to buy it in New York or some other place. And we're not doing that anymore. We're not allowing that anymore. That started many years ago when people were asleep at the wheel in this country, and they allowed that to happen, and I'm stopping it.
I'm a UN ambassador. Will that still be a cabinet level position, sir, or not?
I don't know. I haven't determined that yet. That's a good question. I'll make a decision. He's a very good guy, but I'll make a decision.
Mr. President, what is your relationship with Laura Loomer? What kind of influence with Laura Loomer? What kind of influence does she have in the White House?
I think she's very nice. I mean, I know she's known as a radical right, but I think Laura Loomer is a very nice person. I've known her for a long time. And, personally, I think she's a patriot. And she gets excited because of the fact that she's a patriot. And she doesn't like things going on that she thinks are bad for the country. I like her. Okay?
Mr. President, after Sydney Sweeney, it came out this weekend that she was a registered Republican. Any thoughts on that?
That who was?
Sydney Sweeney. She's like a very hot actress right now.
She's a registered Republican?
Yes.
Oh, now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney Sweeney? You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that. If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Woo! Good genes, ladies and gentlemen. Good genes. All right, here we go. Back to Lara Trump.
President Donald Trump has staunch allies in Congress in his second term, including some lawmakers who used to be his opponents, like Texas Senator Ted Cruz. From celebrating key policy wins in the big, beautiful bill to uncovering the truth behind the Russia hoax, the senator is staying busy in Washington, and he's passionate about serving his constituents in the Lone Star State, especially in the aftermath of the heartbreaking and deadly floods last month. I caught up with Senator Cruz this week to see what's next in his jam-packed agenda. Senator Cruz, thank you so much for joining me. I'm so excited to get you on my show.
Great to be with you.
Thank you. I want to ask you and start out with the FBI. This week we heard that FBI Director Kash Patel found documents in a burn bag in a hidden room at the FBI related to the Trump-Russia probe. First of all, give me your reaction to that. What do you expect the public to learn, and what's going to come out of all of this?
Look, I think the revelations we've seen in the last few weeks about the Russia hoax have been really disturbing. We saw the Obama administration, the federal government made a decision to go after President Trump. And they did so in a way that has no precedent in American history. They corrupted our system of justice. They concocted this hoax. And I got to say, the damage that was done to the FBI, to the Department of Justice, to the CIA, to the entire infrastructure of our government, it really is horrific. Kash is a good man. He's got a hard job. Turning those institutions around is I think, unbelievably important.
Do you think that we see a place where you have the majority of the American public finally trusting, our CIA, our FBI, all of that again?
Look, I hope so. DOJ has been an institution that was trusted. The FBI, the G-men, used to be the gold standard in law enforcement. And we saw people who were willing to just use them as a partisan tool to not only attack their opponents, but really to attack democracy. I think James Comey did a terrible job leading the FBI. I think he had delusions of power. And I think the entire Obama team was complicit in this. You look at the Biden presidency, the single most frequent question I would get, who's running things? And here's the terrifying answer. I don't really know. I can tell you in 4 years that Joe Biden was president, you know how many times I spoke with him?
No, you didn't speak to him at all.
Not once.
Wow.
Joe Biden was not running things. That I know. Who actually was making the decisions? Damned if I know. And I don't know anyone else who knows either.
I want to talk to you about the one big, beautiful bill, because that was such a great thing. We finally saw passed for this country. In an ex-post, you recently celebrated it, and really the big wins for your state of Texas. Yeah. Can you expand a little bit on those for people, and why this was not just a big win for your state, but for the country?
I do not think there has been 6 months that has been more consequential in any presidency of our lifetime. And this bill, the one big, beautiful bill, has more conservative wins in it than any piece of legislation that has ever been signed. But I'll tell you, of all of the different provisions in this bill, there are two that I care the most about. It's school choice and the Trump accounts. What we did in this bill is we created a tax credit for contributions to scholarship granting organizations. As a result, there's going to be billions of dollars of new scholarships for K through 12 education all across this country. And we're talking literally millions of kids, many of them low income, many African American, many Hispanic, trapped in failing schools, are going to be able to get scholarships to get a great education, to go have a future. And then the Trump accounts, these things are amazing. So starting on the 4th of July next year, the 250th birthday of our country, every child in America is going to have a personal investment account. These are 401ks for kids. There are going to be trillions of dollars invested in these accounts. That's in this bill, and I think those two provisions will have the most long-lasting impact.
What a win, like you say, for everyone. Truly, both of those items. Just to move to something that's a little sad. It's been almost a month since the devastating floods down in Texas. We know that there have been 137 deaths. There are some people who are still missing. What can you tell us about the update on recovery efforts there from the local and the federal perspective?
The Texas Hill Country, for folks who are not from Texas, the Hill Country is the prettiest part of our state. And Kirk County, where the worst damage is, there are 40 summer camps there. And the impact of this, 137 people have died, 37 children have died. And Listen, I've been in the Senate 13 years. One of the consequences of representing a state as big as Texas, you have a lot of natural disasters. This is by far the worst I've ever seen. These are little girls, and the devastation at Camp Mystic, the water rose to 8 feet in the cabins. There is one cabin that was a cabin where the youngest campers were. It's called the Bubble Inn. And every camper in that cabin died. And they were all 8 years old. I will say, in the face of just unspeakable agony, it also is inspirational. You would see Texans coming together. And that's true at every disaster. You see people just helping each other. And look, Texas will come through this. We are a strong state, and we'll come through this the way we always do, by coming together and supporting each other.
You, of course, had critics in the wake of this tragedy that were claiming that there was a delayed response from FEMA. Can you clear up the story with all of that? Because obviously you always have critics, but this in particular is a little much.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, there are people who play politics, and they play politics with every disaster. I can tell you, as the flooding started, I was on the phone with Governor Greg Abbott. I was on the phone with Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. I was on the phone with Nim Kidd, who's the head of the Texas Department of Emergency Management. And then I called President Trump, and I talked to him in the White House. It was right as the flooding was happening. And I just said at the time, I said, look, we don't know all the details. It's happening right now. But everything we're hearing, it looks like this is really bad, that there's going to be a really significant loss of life. And I'll tell you what the president said. He said, Ted, whatever Texas needs, the answer is yes. Absolutely yes, whatever you need.
Another tragedy around 6 months ago. Of course, we all remember that horrific helicopter and plane collision over the Potomac. And earlier this week, you actually introduced the Rotor Act. To kind of address this. Give us a kind of an explanation of this legislation and how it's going to impact air travel.
Well, it was 6 months ago this week that accident happened. It's the worst aviation accident in decades in America. 67 lives were lost in an instant. An American Airlines flight was coming into DCA, Ronald Reagan Airport, and it hit an Army Black Hawk helicopter, and everyone was killed instantly. I'll tell you, I've seen the wreckage of the plane and the helicopter. It was utterly devastating. This should have been prevented. That should never have happened. And so this week I introduced legislation. It's called the Rotor Act, and it does a couple of things. Number one, it requires what's called ADS-B in and out on every aircraft. Now, what is ADS-B? ADS-B out broadcasts the precise location of an aircraft, air traffic controllers to other planes, and it's much more accurate than radar. It gives you the exact location. And an ADS-B in simply is where the pilot can look down and see every other aircraft, so you can see what they're broadcasting. The NTSB, the National Traffic Safety Board, has been recommending ADS-B in for every aircraft for 20 years. It's not current law. And so my legislation mandates that it has to be, if you're in commercial airspace, you've got to have it. And it's designed to make everyone in the flying public safer.
Let me ask you about this. Back in 2015, you were actually the first major Republican candidate to announce running for president. Looking back, in all the 10 years, could anything have prepared you for all that was to come as you sit here today?
No. Look, it has been a wild ride. I'll tell you, that campaign still is the most fun I've ever had in my life. And it was wild, it was unpredictable. It was a time when people were incredibly frustrated with Washington. They were frustrated with politicians who didn't do what they said. They were tired of being lied to. And I think there's a reason why President Trump and I won every single state except 2, because people wanted someone who would stand up and do what the hell they said, someone who had backbone to take on this town and to turn the country around. And I will say, look, the first term of President Trump's presidency was historic. This second term is orders of magnitude better. I wake up every morning, I grab my cell phone. I'm like, what the heck did we do today? like it is, and the velocity and volume of action. My favorite thing about your father-in-law is that he's got guts. He doesn't care. He will stand up and fight no matter what is on the other side. That's what America needs.
Well, it's what we're getting now. So,
Yes.
Senator Ted Cruz, thank you for spending some time with me today. I appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Shout out to Ted Cruz. And I see Brett in the comment section talking about some polls. Come on, Brett. Relax. Chill, bro. All right, here we go. Obama
Joining me
Russian
now on the
hoax.
legal ramifications of a conspiracy to take down President Trump is Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett. He is the author of the bestseller, Witch Hunt, the story of the greatest mass delusion in American political history. Also joining us is journalist Lee Smith, author of The Plot Against the President, the true story of how Congressman Devin Nunes uncovered the biggest political scandal in U.S. history. Both books, I should point out, were published more than 6 years ago. Back in 2019, these two were telling us the truth. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and thank you for your work. Greg, kicking things off with you, what is your reaction to what you just heard from John Ratcliffe? Do you believe the DOJ will act, and will the statute of limitations apply to conspiracy or not?
I would say yes to all three. This does look like a broad criminal conspiracy, Maria, by unscrupulous officials, dishonest people. And I would look at conspiracy to defraud the government, deprivation of rights under color of law, but importantly, obstruction of justice in the cover-up. The elaborate cover-up has been going on for years, as Stephen Miller pointed out, which extends the statute of limitations in any conspiracy case against malign actors. That's because the clock begins ticking when deliberately concealed evidence is discovered, which is actually quite recently. So, for example, you were talking about the burn bags that were discovered, incriminating documents hidden at the FBI, as well as other records, hard drives squirreled away under lock and key by Comey, recently found. So attempting to conceal or destroy evidence relevant to investigations, that's obstruction, and the last overt act in a conspiracy starts the clock anew. So that's the value of bringing a conspiracy case that includes obstruction.
When do you expect the DOJ to act then, Greg?
I think they still need to accumulate all of the relevant evidence, much of which is probably pretty incriminating. But I wouldn't be worrying about the clock right now. I'd be concerned about gathering all of the credible, reliable evidence to present to a grand jury.
Lee Smith, I remember when you were writing this book and you were working with Devin Nunes to do so. And Devin Nunes is the hero in all of this. We know that. He was on my show, on this program, multiple times throughout 2016, 17, 18, telling the truth. I want to thank you and Greg for your truth-telling. There were a few of us, myself, you, Molly Hemingway. What about the media's role? You haven't heard a peep of this on any of the mainstream media, this huge story.
Well, I mean, it's hardly surprising, Maria, because the media was the crucial platform. None of this happened without the media. The issue was not that the Washington Post or the New York Times, that they blew the story or they were lazy. They were an important part of the story. Remember, especially the Times and especially the Post, this was a platform for leaks of classified information. They were part of a serial crime spree run by the Department of Justice and bad actors at the FBI, past and present at the time, 6 years ago. So it's not surprising that we see an article like the one that we saw this week by Charlie Savage and by Adam Goldman, which is running just insane nonsense, misreporting what this Durham Annex is actually about. I just want to make clear what this Durham Annex is about. It's about how the FBI hid information that came in from a trusted foreign partner. Durham never said anything like it was forged information by the Russians or anything like that. No, the fact is that the FBI, when this information came in, they hid it. And in fact, it's also a crucial piece of information that the CIA never believed that this intelligence was Russian disinformation. They believed it. So they knew what they had. They knew what it was pointing to. And instead of stopping it, instead of stopping this insane Clinton program to undermine Trump, what did they do? The FBI plotted to get a surveillance warrant to spy on the Trump campaign. And that's what led to the biggest political scandal in U.S. history. And Maria, you're absolutely right. You were on it. I remember talking to you for that book. I remember watching you and being very grateful, also to Greg's reporting too. And I'm happy, as you were speaking about before with Stephen Miller, that we'll have some clarification, I think, and accountability for the American people and for the people who got hurt. People in the Trump circle, like General Flynn, you said, like Roger Stone, like Paul Manafort, like Devin Nunes, like the Trump family. A lot of people were badly hurt by this, but as a whole, it really targeted our constitutional republic.
Well, Greg, it ripped the country apart, didn't it? And the media was critical in terms of doing that.
Well, they're still at it. And, you were all over the hoax from the very beginning. So kudos to you, Maria. But, right now, the New York Times would have us believe that these Clinton emails are fabricated Russian disinformation, their favored trope. But that's not what the Durham Annex says. As Lee points out, the story omits the critical passage that they may be entirely genuine and minimizes the conclusion that they were probably a composite of very real, authentic emails. And the newspaper also ignores how James Comey testified that he believed the materials were genuine and how top intel officials were equally convinced that Hillary invented the hoax to smear her opponent. This Times story also conspicuously leaves out how Clinton's campaign funded the dossier that was phony and discredited, and that corroborates the legitimacy of these emails. But don't forget, the Times won a Pulitzer Prize for getting the collusion story fundamentally wrong, so they're deeply invested in maintaining the fiction that, everything's Russian disinformation, just like Hunter's laptop. There was never a Trump-Russia collusion conspiracy, but there was a conspiracy to frame Trump for collusion, and the media was in on it.
But, you've got to move this forward now, right? And I don't understand why we are not seeing more action right now. Maybe I'm too close to it because I followed this and knew this was alive from day one, as you did. But shouldn't the DOJ have enough information now? Don't they have enough facts now to move forward and prosecute right now?
Inventing a lie is easy, and selling the lie to the public is even easier. But, uncovering the truth, that's hard.
Go ahead, Lee, real quick.
I think there's plenty of evidence in this newly released document, as well as the Durham report in general, to say how this got buried, to go around and investigate who buried it. It's very clear what happened. Part of the FBI knew what was going down, another part didn't. So someone clearly buried this information. That's trouble right there.
All right, we will leave it there.
Oh, man. One thing is for sure. It's only Fox News talking about this Hillary, Obama, Russian collusion. It's just Fox News. CNN has decided to not talk about it, and everybody else, I don't know why, but it's happening right here. All right, here we go.
Joining me now with more on the agenda and the efforts to undermine President Trump in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller. Stephen, it's great to have you this morning. Welcome.
Great to be here. Thank you.
And I want to start with the Russia collusion story because I know you lived it as well. They also tried to spy on you. They wanted your emails, subpoenaed you as they left people really with their lives changed. Your reaction to what was released this week?
The Russia collusion hoax against President Trump remains the single greatest hoax and the greatest assault on our democracy in the history of this country. There's no comparison, there's no parallel to anything else. It was a coup. And I'm using that term literally. It was a coup to overthrow a democratically elected government, a coup carried out by the intelligence apparatus of this country, by the deep state, by Hillary Clinton and the Democrat Party. The new information that has been revealed by the Director of National Intelligence and by the FBI eliminates any scintilla of doubt about the intention, the premeditation, the planning and orchestration of this conspiracy. It meets all of the criminal elements of a seditious conspiracy against the United States. It meets the criminal elements of an insurrection. It meets the criminal elements of a conspiracy against the government and the criminal elements of a conspiracy to deprive citizens of their civil rights under color of law. One egregious felony after another. And because it is a conspiracy, as demonstrated by the forethought of realizing and documenting that they understood that this was fake from the beginning, meeting the mens rea standard in law. Because of that, because it is a conspiracy, every single individual actor is now part of that conspiracy. So that includes Brennan and Clapper and Comey and Hillary and Schiff and everybody else who knowingly and willfully perpetrated this plot, this coup, this conspiracy, this scheme against President Trump and the government of the United States. And now is the time and the hour and the moment for accountability so that we can reclaim this democracy, Maria.
Well, do you believe we will actually get accountability? We've been demanding accountability now for a decade. Our audience is well aware that this is the biggest political scandal we have ever seen and an effort to undermine and take down a duly elected president. But now we want to see the tricksters face the consequences. Will they?
I have complete confidence in the Department of Justice to follow these facts, to follow this new, further avalanche of evidence, and to take all the necessary legal steps to ensure that the wrongdoers, the coup plotters, the schemers, and the insurrectionists are held fully accountable under the laws and Constitution of these United States. Yes, Maria, I believe that.
Now, last weekend, John Ratcliffe, CIA director who is a former prosecutor, former DNI, told us that the statute of limitations, the 5-year statute, does not apply when it comes to conspiracy. And he says the conspiracy is ongoing because they still won't admit it. The conspiracy is still happening. So what is your take on what Ratcliffe told us last week?
Oh, he's completely right. So several of the statutes I mentioned, we have not even come close to eclipsing the statute of limitations. But more than that, it is an ongoing and continuing conspiracy. It continued through the entirety of President Trump's first term. It continued through the entirety of President Biden's term in office, and it continues to this day. There are still deep state coup plotters who are trying to conceal and hide this information on behalf of the people they are protecting. There are still staffers in Democrat offices who know the full truth, who are concealing that truth. So all of this behavior, all of this conduct collectively means the conspiracy hasn't ended, is ongoing. Comey in particular has throughout the years engaged in conduct and lies, public statements, and testimony in front of Congress. False testimony whose sole purpose was to perpetuate and continue the conspiracy. So I have every hope and expectation that the Department of Justice, under the leadership of our courageous Attorney General, will follow these facts and follow the evidence and deliver justice. Because if we have a country where we can continue to have FBI careerists and CIA careerists, deep staters who will fabricate and doctor evidence, who will create and produce fake material, fabricated material, phony information to try to go after their political enemies up to and including the president. If we continue to create the impression and the reality that there is not a criminal, a severe criminal penalty for such conduct, it will never stop. It will never desist. It will keep on going forever. And we will continue to have a country that is sabotaged endlessly by the production of fake documents, fake material, fake plots against democratically elected officials. We can't have that. There must be consequences.
Well, I mean, it's just extraordinary to me that the mainstream media has completely ignored this story. And they obviously were complicit from day one, being the quote-unquote useful idiots of the cabal to spread this nonsense across the world. But the Russia collusion lie had such an incredible impact People went to jail. They should not have. People were raided. They raided Mar-a-Lago, President Trump's home, looking for these documents, according to Devin Nunes, who told us
By the way,
that
that's a
last
great
week.
point. The Mar-a-Lago raid was a perpetuation and continuation of this same conspiracy. They went in search and in hopes of trying to recover the documents that would implicate their own criminal conduct.
That's right.
The entire raid was a perpetuation of this same criminal scheme, as you mentioned. And so many innocent people suffered irreparable harm. Paul Manafort was left to rot in a prison cell because of this ridiculous investigation, this witch hunt that is carried out. How many homes were raided? How many documents were taken? Emails were taken against the innocent, against people whose only crime was working for President Trump.
Right.
And everything that has happened, including, I would argue, all of the interference in 2024 that took place and in 2020 that took place, all the dirty tricks that kept taking place against President Trump were all part of a desire to keep him from getting back into the Oval Office to uncover and expose and share with the world the full truth of what happened, as we are seeing now, Maria.
They also set up General Mike Flynn. Let's not forget about that. There were so many implications of this lie. But even more so, let's talk about the impact to the American people. Because while Adam Schiff was going on the Sunday political shows, and he was the chairman of the Intelligence Committee for a time, saying there's collusion in plain sight. When you have that kind of a title, you're the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, and you say there's collusion in plain sight, we believe you. You've got the job. You must have seen more than we've seen. So to outwardly lie like that because you have that title. Same thing with former director of CIA, John Brennan. He's got that title. We believe him because he says it. So all of this, when they were running around, Russia, 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 how much did they miss? How much did they leave on the cutting room floor? For example, right now, we are dependent on China for 90% of the underlying components for our prescription drugs. We saw Russia invade Ukraine, more territory. We saw Iran continue to build up nuclear weaponry. All of the things that actually matter to the American people were not the focus
the cost,
for
the
10
cost
years.
Is incalculable. The cost is incalculable of having the entire security apparatus of this country focusing on the hoax instead of the real national security threats facing America.
Right.
Lie after lie after lie that was told to the American people, preventing us from actually solving our relationship with Russia, preventing us from actually developing security and independence from all of our adversaries around the world, dealing with these big geopolitical questions. Instead, we were consumed endlessly by the same hoax, the same lie. And the charlatans that engage in this conduct are beneath contempt. They are without dignity, and they are beyond redemption. What they have done, you can't even measure the harm that it inflicted.
Stephen, real quick before you go, take us to today because President Trump has these deadlines underway. He is telling Russia, you've got days that are numbered. August 8th is the deadline to stop this war in Ukraine. What is he going to do in terms of sanctions? Can he actually stop this war? And what about China and a trade deal?
Well, so first of all, we've never been in a stronger place economically than we are right now. Not only because the president passed the largest ever tax cut and relief in American history, not only because he's opened up American energy to a degree never seen before, eliminated all of the wasteful regulations, streamlining our economy, but because he has used trade to strengthen instead of weaken America. The trade deal with the EU, the trade deal with Japan, the trade deal with Korea, the tariff revenue that is reducing our deficit. So now we're in a position of economic strength to deal with Russia and to deal with this war that he inherited from Joe Biden, who is responsible for this travesty. The whole Democrat Party is responsible for this travesty in Europe. So what he said very clearly is that it is not acceptable for India to continue financing this war by purchasing the oil from Russia. People will be shocked to learn that India is basically tied with China in purchasing Russian oil. That's an astonishing fact. India portrays itself as being one of our closest friends in the world, but they don't accept our products. They impose massive tariffs on us. We also know they engage in a lot of cheating on immigration policies that is very harmful to American workers. And of course, we see again the purchasing of oil. So President Trump, look, he wants a tremendous relationship and has had always a tremendous relationship with India and the Prime Minister. but we need to get real about dealing with the financing of this war. So President Trump, all options are on the table to deal diplomatically, financially, and otherwise with the ongoing war in Ukraine so we can achieve peace and end the war that the Democrat Party and Joe Biden are responsible for.
Shout out to Stephen Miller, for sure, very outspoken. So I saw some comment about Stephen Miller's wife. Well, now, according to Google, she works for Elon Musk. I'm looking at her picture right now, and I'm looking at Stephen Miller, and I'm looking at her picture. I gotta tell you, she must love him because I'm looking at her picture right now. She definitely loves Stephen Miller because, different. All right, here we go. Hillary.
CIA Director John Lee Ratcliffe worked on this in Congress and again as DNI and joins us now. Welcome, Director. I sat beside you as Comey and Brennan were questioned for hours about Russia collusion. They never once mentioned this was a Clinton campaign plan. They knew it. They were co-conspirators. Would this ever have come out had you not declassified Brennan's notes and then Durham's annex? And for our viewers, what's new in the Durham annex?
Well, Trey, think about that there was intelligence from foreign intelligence services that one U.S. presidential candidate was trying to frame another candidate for treason, claiming that he was an agent of a foreign power, an agent of Russia. And that intelligence was never shared with you or I as members of congressional oversight committees on intelligence. And, you know, but for the good fortune of me being able to find John Brennan's notes and declassify that secret may have been hidden forever. But I was able to provide that to John Durham, and you see some of that in his annex that was declassified this week. And so what you learned in this annex that many people didn't know before was details of that Hillary Clinton plan and how it included groups like the Soros Foundation and the role that the FBI played. So before all of this started, Trey, what we did know was this, that on July 31st of 2016, the FBI did something as shocking as it was unprecedented. They opened a criminal investigation into a nominee for president, a candidate for President Donald Trump, something that had never been done before. But what you learned in John Brennan's annex this week was 6 days before that, Russian intelligence predicted that's exactly what would happen, that there was a Hillary Clinton plan and that the FBI would pour oil on the fire of a firestorm that would consume the country for the next 3 years. So think about that, Trey. Either the Russians made the greatest prediction or the luckiest guess of all time, or this intelligence was real. And of course, the answer is this intelligence was real. And how do we know that? Well, subsequently, under penalty of perjury while under oath, Hillary Clinton's own campaign manager confirmed that there was such a plan and that Hillary approved it. So that, I think, in addition to what you learn about the FBI's role that came out this week, was that this intelligence that was so shocking that John Brennan brought together the National Security Council, President Obama, Vice President Biden, Clapper, Comey, Susan Rice, and briefed them on this intelligence about a Hillary Clinton plan to frame Donald Trump, and that the CIA made the required referral of that to the FBI to investigate that as a counterintelligence matter. And as John Durham found, the FBI buried it. They didn't open a file. They didn't assign an analyst. They didn't investigate it all. They just spent the next few years, really, amplifying the lie of Hillary Clinton's Steele dossier and burying the truth of her plan to frame Donald Trump. It is the greatest political scandal that we hopefully will be the last that we'll see in our lifetime.
Speaking of amplify, Director, I want you to amplify a point that you just made, because you and I both know John Brennan, the New York Times, they're still in denial. They're claiming that none of this has been verified.
Well, they have to, Trey. They have to, because to do otherwise would be to confess their guilt. My critics in this regard, Brennan and Comey and Clapper, They said I was wrong about there was no Russia collusion. They said I was wrong that Hunter Biden's laptop was real. Of course I was right. I was telling the truth. Our intelligence reflected that, and the same is true here. This intelligence is real. And for Comey and Brennan and Clapper to say otherwise would be to confess their guilt, to say that they gave false testimony, that they misled Congress, that they obstructed justice. So they have to put up these straw man arguments saying, well, we stand by our assessment that Russia meddled in the 2016. Well, that wasn't their argument. Their argument was that this was unprecedented, that Donald Trump was potentially committing treason, that he was an agent of a foreign power. And so, they have to take that point. And to the point of the New York Times and the Washington Post, the same thing. They don't want to admit that they wrote thousands of false stories. So they don't want to give back the Pulitzer Prizes that they gained for writing those false stories. So they're doing it to do anything other than to try and fight this and say that it's not real would be to admit their guilt, to admit they were wrong, and to admit that they deliberately misled the American people, which is exactly what they did.
Yeah, they also might want to read Hillary Clinton's campaign manager's sworn testimony, because he admits what you just said. They deny it, but we'll see what they say when they get under oath. Is there more to come from either you or FBI Director Patel? Are there more shoes to drop that we should be looking for?
Yeah, there are, Trey. So, people need to understand that, there is no Russia collusion hoax file cabinet at the FBI or at the CIA. We have to look for these documents, sometimes that are well hidden. You have to go trace through emails and look for signs and clues that would point you to. That's how I found John Brennan's notes, and that's how we found additional documents. I've talked with FBI Director Patel. He and I will be declassifying additional documents that show just how sinister the FBI was in amplifying Hillary Clinton's Steele dossier as real and credible to be included in the intelligence community assessment, but also in how they buried the counterintelligence referral memo that I mentioned before, how they went to great lengths to try and keep that out of the intelligence community assessment. So there will be more to come, and I think that people should expect that the Trump administration will continue to shed transparency and light and truth, again, because, Trey, there is no question, this was the greatest political scandal of our lifetime. No one wants to see this happen again. It derailed our country. It derailed President Trump's presidency, his first 4 years in office. And it really is a stain on our country that should never happen again. And Donald Trump is committed to making sure that it doesn't.
Generational damage is what I think was done, Director. But thank goodness that you found the Brennan notes. To your point, they're not like laying in a file cabinet. You got to go looking for them. And I do wonder, you're too modest to comment, but I do wonder if you had been picked to be the FBI Director instead of Chris Wray, would it have taken a decade for this to come to light? You don't have to answer, because I will. I don't think so. Director John Lee Ratcliffe, now of the CIA, thank you for continuing to work on what's a decade-long mission right now.
Well, one thing is for sure, the director, John Ratcliffe, has definitely been talking about this for a long time, as well as Fox News. But like I said, CNN isn't talking about this. They are still on other stories. Nobody's picking this up. It's just Fox News. All right, here we go. Shout out to Terry Vinings. Thank you. Here we go.
Find today's Democratic Party. We start with the new revelations on the cover-up of Biden's decline. This week, former Biden senior aide Mike Donilon claimed ignorance of the mere existence of the auto pen. And yet, we discovered the Biden team offered Donilon, get this, $8 million incentive if Biden won re-election, which raises some questions. How could someone this important in Biden's orbit be unaware of the auto pen? And did this financial incentive encourage him to cover up Biden's declining mental state? It's Rhetorical Question Sunday, everyone. But just as disturbing is what we're learning the Biden team is doing outside of congressional committees, according to journalist Mark Halperin. They're intimidating Kamala Harris to keep her mouth shut about what she witnessed. Listen.
If the Biden people decide that Kamala Harris is coming after Joe Biden, wait till you hear the Palin-esque stories about how much they tried to help her be prepared to be vice president and be in a position to run, and how much they decided not happening. She's not up to this.
Now, the House still has a ways to go in their investigation. 6 more Biden aides are scheduled to testify through September, or at least plead the fifth. Former Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Bruce Reed, will be brought in for questioning on Tuesday. Now, joining us live for the big close-up is Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, member of the House Oversight Committee. Congresswoman, are we only scratching the surface on these cover-ups? And what do you think they're hiding ultimately?
Most certainly, I'd have to say that they're absolutely hiding the fact that Biden did suffer from cognitive decline. And if I could just share with everyone, I actually remember having a conversation with a very prominent Democrat on the House floor when I was pushing for that inherent contempt vote on Garland for hiding the Her tapes. And what I can tell you is that Democrat stated, you know just as well as I know the state and condition in which he's in. We don't have to push the topic or make it any more of a bigger controversy than it is. So the fact is that they all knew about it. And I do believe that we're not going to get much on the oversight investigations because I think that every single one of them is going to plead the fifth.
Molly?
Congresswoman, thanks for joining us on this Sunday evening. There is another potential scandal coming to light. DNI Tulsi Gabbard released testimony of a whistleblower in the intel community who describes being pressured to agree with Obama's 2017 assessment and ignore violations to tradecraft standards. A supervisor is claimed to have told the whistleblower, quote, "Isn't it possible Putin has something on Trump to blackmail him and coerce him?" And when the whistleblower pushed back, that supervisor allegedly said, quote, "I need you to say you agree with these judgments so that the Defense Intelligence Agency will go along with them." Now, Congresswoman, is the House Oversight Committee looking into these allegations? And does this suggest that the Obama intel community intimidated officials to skirt their own rules in order to create a false narrative about Trump and Russia?
Oh, it doesn't just suggest it. I would say that it's proof, and it's not the first time that we've seen firsthand the Obama administration, whether it was the FBI or various members of the intelligence agency, using their position in order to either protect people or punish people to get a certain rise or a certain goal and objective. And what I will also follow up and say is that, you know, I'm tired of Congress, though, just sending letters and making threats. I think the American people, many of us want to see people go to jail for this. The fact is that what the Obama administration did, what some of these officials did, was grossly negligent and also responsible for the civil liberties of many Americans, to include now the sitting president of the United States, President Trump. His civil liberties being violated. So what I would say is that these people need to be held to account for what they did, and they did indeed break the law.
Congressman, we're going to move on to your Democrat colleagues and some of the antics they've pulled obstructing justice. They've spent months disrupting ICE operations. They've done publicity stunts. They've created a hostile and dangerous environment at these centers where they've gone and tried to get attention for themselves, I guess. Now House Democrats are suing the Trump administration. I guess they want more access to detention facilities.
Congressional oversight that we not only must do as part of the Constitution, but in this particular case, there's actually a specific law that allows us to do this oversight, which they're just not allowing us to do. So that's why we're going to court.
Yeah, sorry, we had a soundbite there we wanted you to hear. Of course, the Trump administration is allowing congressional members to visit facilities. That's so long as they schedule it in advance, not that hard. What do you think is, I think this is just them trying to make it hard for ICE to do their job, trying to maybe raise some money and campaigning. They're still trying to paint these violent criminals that are illegal immigrants as, Maryland dads.
You know, you're absolutely correct. First and foremost, they know that they can request meetings, that they can go to these facilities whenever they want. They just don't like the fact that this administration is one of the most transparent in American history, and they're trying to keep their voting base activated for the midterms. But the fact is that the Democrat Party platform and their messaging is at an all-time low. I just want to point out the fact that a majority of Border Patrol officers are actually Hispanic, yet the Democrats are using this narrative that ICE and Border Patrol are somehow racist for enforcing the law. And that's simply not the case.
All right, Congresswoman, I want to change the topic yet again to turn to your effort to force a vote on banning congressional stock trading this fall. One Congresswoman who saw this may impact Nancy Pelosi, and President Trump is very interested in learning more about her financial activities. Listen.
I like it conceptually. And, you know, Nancy Pelosi became rich by having inside information. She made a fortune with her husband, and I think that's disgraceful. What I do think is Nancy Pelosi should be investigated. She knows exactly what's going to happen, what's going to be announced. She buys stock, and then the stock goes up after the announcement's made. And she ought to be investigated.
Well, now, while Pelosi says she supports the legislation to flip-flop from her earlier position, her response to Trump's comments might suggest she's worried about this. Listen.
Nancy Pelosi became rich.
Why do you have to read that? We're here to talk about the 60th anniversary of Medicaid.
He accused you of insider trading. What's your response to that?
That's ridiculous. In fact, I very much support the stop the trading of members of Congress. Not that I think anybody's doing anything wrong if they are. The president has his own exposure, so he's always projecting.
All right, Congresswoman, are you going to investigate Pelosi's stock trading activities over the years? And are you confident you can get a stock trading ban passed? I'll just mention 2022. Everybody remembers Paul Pelosi bought $1 million worth of NVIDIA options and made a ton of dough on them. What do you say, Congresswoman?
I would say that she's probably not the only member of Congress that needs to be investigated, and that the insider trading that takes place in Washington, D.C. is happening on both sides. So I would love to help investigate that. But, you know, I'm super happy that President Trump does support a banning on congressional stock trading, because the fact is that I've been getting a ton of pushback on this. And the fact is the American people, it's one of the biggest bipartisan. I think over 80% of Americans don't think that members of Congress should be doing this. And the fact is we're given access to very private information. We're working with industry leaders. We're going into security briefings. So yes, we are given the ability to basically impact the markets, and people are making a lot of money. It's not fair and it's not right. So during the swamp, we want to ban stock trading. I think that I'll get the signatures, and I think that that's why they're worried.
Amen.
Well,
one thing I got to say here is anybody Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is investigating, go right on ahead. This is Anna Paulina Luna, ladies and gentlemen. Investigate whoever you want to investigate. Go on ahead, okay? Okay. Here we go. All right, here we go. Hannity.
And welcome to this special Friday night edition of Hannity. And tonight, a reckoning at the Democratic Party and the legacy media mob after years of lies, conspiracy theories, public corruption, and outright contempt for all of you, the American people, the elites. On the left, they have been totally exposed. Coming up, we're going to show you the latest insanity from the woke mob's war on Sydney Sweeney. Even the vice president, J.D. Vance, is weighing in. Also, Kamala Harris is forcing her way back into the spotlight. Her word salads are worse than ever. Take a look.
Poor Dougie.
You're blowing the lid off of Doug? What's going on?
For example, my birthday's in October. The election's in November. You see where I'm going?
Oh, and the giggling's back. I think you should take a moment as a public service and thank Donald Trump for winning this election. Not only did he stop both Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton from ever becoming president, but thanks to President Trump's sanity is now returning to our nation's capital. Now, think about what we all endured over the last decade. For starters, almost every Democrat, every bureaucrat, every so-called journalist pushing, peddling lies, conspiracy theories as fact. In reality, Trump-Russia collusion. Russia never happened. According to a recently declassified material from the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, there was no evidence that Russia even wanted Trump to win in 2016. None. That was the original assessment 6 weeks after the election. It was one big hoax. Wow. Bought and paid for by Hillary Clinton and the DNC. That's what I kept referring to over and over and over again as the Hillary Clinton bought and paid for dirty Russian disinformation dossier. Take a look at your screen. And based on the newly declassified annex from the Durham probe, it was even approved by Hillary Clinton herself and then implemented with the help of then President Barack Hussein Obama, the CIA, the FBI. There is now a massive trove of hard evidence that, yep, Hillary Clinton, powerful federal bureaucrats, and maybe even Obama himself worked in coordination. They worked together to push Russian disinformation from the Clinton campaign. Why? First, to delegitimize Donald Trump's 2016 win, but first to prevent him from winning, but then to hurt his presidency. And of course, the people mentioned in those newly declassified emails, they are denying any and all wrongdoing. And so is the Soros-linked Open Society. But in 2020, Hillary Clinton couldn't help but brag that the Russia hoax tainted Trump's 2016 win, while also claiming, oh, I'm nothing at all. I did not have a single thing to do with that hoax, not one little thing, not one little bit. Take a look.
It is a sign of such desperation by the Republicans, and it also is a reminder that Donald Trump knows that the Russians helped him win in 2016. And that is almost the biggest reason he wants to, go back to it time and time again, because he can't come to grips with the fact that there will always be an air of illegitimacy around the 2016 campaign. And he also is always trying to change the subject, trying to somehow cast aspersions on anyone. I happen to be one of his favorite subjects for aspersion casting. But mostly it's just pathetic.
Now, in reality, both the Clinton campaign and the DNC, they were forced to pay a large fine for violating campaign laws after attempting to hide their funding of the dirty Russian disinformation dossier. So why would Clinton try to obscure payments for the dossier? The answer is obvious. This wasn't just some kind of political ad campaign. No, a coordinated effort across the federal government and, of course, with their complicit, compliant friends in the legacy media mob to paint Donald Trump as a Russian plant, which he never was, despite any real evidence, just a debunked, lying dossier. And after the election, when Donald Trump won in spite of all of this, then it evolved into an effort to sabotage his presidency. And he had to deal with all of these lies, all of these conspiracy theories for pretty much his entire first term. This dirty Russian disinformation dossier was even used as, quote, evidence to obtain not one but 4 FISA court warrants to secretly, to ruin Carter Page's life and then backdoor spy on the Trump campaign, his transition team, and, of course, his presidency. And we'll have more on that in a moment. But naturally, the New York Times, remember, they got a Pulitzer Prize for getting almost everything wrong. Well, they're busy trying to cast all doubt on all the new evidence coming from Tulsi Gabbard, coming from John Ratcliffe, coming from the Durham Annex. In fact, they're now going back to the well one more time, and they're calling it Russian disinformation yet again. An article out today, quote, Clinton plan emails were likely made by Russian spies, declassified report shows. Okay, I've got this article right here in front of me. Only problem is the declassified report did not show that. Nowhere in the annex, nowhere does it state the declassified emails were likely made by Russian spies. Instead, the annex revealed that, quote, Durham consulted the FBI, which assessed that the information was likely authentic, but they couldn't corroborate exact copies of the Bernardo emails with Open Society foundations. That CIA also determined, by the way, the intel was not the product of Russian fabrications. These are career senior intel officials, not the heavy brass that had a political agenda. And at this point, is anyone surprised? The New York Times, the same piece of garbage newspaper that won a Pulitzer Prize for reporting the Russia hoax and peddling these lies, not once, not twice, but over and over again, peddled it day in and day out. The same New York Times, that won a Pulitzer Prize for their effusive praise back in the day of Joseph Stalin and the Soviet Union. They don't care about the truth. For them, it's all about the agenda and power, and that agenda always lines up perfectly with the Democratic Party. Now, in 2016, it appears that almost every powerful entity was operating as one, all against Donald Trump. It was Clinton, Obama, Brennan, CIA, FBI, Mr. Higher Honor himself, James Comey, who couldn't seem to explain why he hid the true nature of the dossier from President Trump. You might recall.
Did you tell him that the Steele dossier had been financed by his political opponents?
No. I didn't even think I used the term Steele dossier. I just talked about additional material.
But did he have a right to know that?
That had been financed by his political opponents? I don't know the answer to that. It wasn't necessary for my goal, which was to alert him that we had this information.
Mr. Higher Honor. Everyone seemed to be on the same page, pushing the Russia hoax for years. Look at this new report from justthenews.com. Even then Vice President Joe Biden, quote, publicly linked Donald Trump to Vladimir Putin right around the same time that Hillary Clinton reportedly signed off on the Russia hoax. And again, none of it was true. Where's the apologies? Where are the retractions? Does anyone on the left or in the government or in the legacy media mob, did they regret anything? You know, the closest we got to an apology when Senator Lindsey Graham asked the people that actually used that Hillary Clinton bought and paid for Russian disinformation dirty dossier as the basis, bulk of information for 4 FISA warrants, if, knowing what they know now, would they do it again? These answers are priceless. Take a look.
If you knew then what you know now, would you have signed the warrant application in June of 2017 against Carter Page?
No, sir.
Okay. If you knew then what you know now, would you have signed the warrant application?
No, I would not.
Well, I believe you didn't know that what you signed was wrong. The question is, if you had known, you wouldn't have signed it. Is that correct?
No, if I had known that it contained incorrect information, I certainly wouldn't have signed it.
Knowing then what you know now about all the things that we've come to find, would you have still signed the warrant application against Carter Page in October, January, and April?
No, I would want a much more complete understanding of what we were.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
There you have it. James Comey. He's definitely going through a lot right now, I'll tell you that much.
Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy is here, serves on the House Appropriations, Banking, and Budget Committees. Senator, welcome to you. Good to see you on this Friday. All right, so is it fair to tout this as another week of economic wins for the president?
Well, first, Sandra, you've really got to be careful who you listen to. Everybody in Washington now seems to be an economist, and some of them just don't know what they're talking about. Taking their advice is like taking the advice of a nun about sex, and a lot of them are trying to score political points. Let me try to be as objective as I can. It wasn't a good jobs number. It wasn't. There's the job market is softening. Our business people are creating fewer jobs. But on the other hand, unemployment stayed steady at 4.2%. We had job growth last month, annualized about 3%. Inflation has not spiked. Point three, you've got to put this in perspective. I wouldn't trade America's economy for the economy of any other country. Certainly not Europe, not China, certainly not Canada. Put things in perspective. A year and a half, 2 years ago, we had 9% inflation. Now we're down to, depending on whose numbers you believe, 2.5% to 3%. I thought that to get inflation down from 9 to 2 to 3, we'd have to see unemployment at about 7 to 9%, and we haven't. We've had a soft landing, and notwithstanding the jobs report, the economy's still doing pretty good. President Trump deserves credit for that. I think Congress deserves some credit because we passed the reconciliation bill which hadn't even taken effect yet, the one big beautiful bill. But I think the Federal Reserve deserves a lot of credit for that, for getting interest rates down and having a soft landing. The final point I would make, tariffs, we're still in unknown territory on tariffs. And I think most businesses are waiting to see the dust settle and where we end up before they make any major investment decisions. And that's holding our economy back a tad. But so far, the tariffs, we haven't seen any real ill effects. We haven't seen inflation. I see where the president's coming from. We've had other countries willing to talk to us about reciprocity. So far, so good.
Okay. To borrow the words of Jamie Dimon, who said the same. Hey, Senator Kennedy, I'm going to break away from that topic to focus on some live pictures happening right now. This just in and happening live, protesters from the Jewish Voice for Peace are right now protesting against the war in Gaza. This is the building where the protest is taking place. It houses Manhattan offices, we are told, for both New York Senators Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand, who voted for recent arms sales to Israel against an initiative by Senator Sanders to block the sales. We are told that there has been some arrests in the past few minutes that took place, but this is happening live right here in New York City. And Senator Kennedy, I'd like to get your thoughts and your reaction to what we're watching together.
Number one, most of those people protesting believe in diversity, equity, inclusion, and the right to hurt Jewish people. Number two, I think Israel has made the world safer. Let me tell you what I mean by that. With the Biden administration hanging all over Israel's back, all Israel has done is destroy Hamas, destroy Hezbollah, and put Iran on its knees. The Middle East is a much safer place as a result. I support Israel. Do they need some help in getting aid into Gaza? Yes. And we're going to help them to get the aid in. But I think Israel has done an extraordinary job in terms of getting rid of the bad guys.
All right, we're trying to get some more information. Again, we're just watching this live here in New York City together. Senator Kennedy.
And can I say one more thing, Senator? Sure. Shame on my Democratic friends for not supporting Israel and freedom.
Got it. All right, Senator Kennedy, we're going to keep watching these live pictures out of New York City.
Hey, it's Will. Oh, man. A lot of protest has been going on concerning you know who, but look, it's just wow.
Joining us now with more,
on
Senator
Hillary.
Lindsey Graham. Senator, I want to get your reaction not only to the Durham annex, but also Tulsi's declassification. And as you put it all together, you were the one person, it was you. You got everybody that used that phony Hillary Clinton bought and paid for Russian disinformation dossier as the basis for not one but 4 FISA applications. You got every one of those people, including James Comey. What did he sign? 3 of the 4, 2 of the or 2 of the 4?
3 of the 4.
To say,
3 of the 4.
Okay, 3 of the 4. To say, knowing what we know now, we never would have signed it. They knew the information was false, though, way back when, and they used it anyway. Does that mean they lied to a court? Put it all together for us.
Well, so number one, the warrant against Carter Page that was sought by the FBI, 3 of the 4 applications to the FISA court were signed by Comey. The FBI had information that the Steele dossier was politically motivated. It was the exclusive basis for the warrant against Carter Page. The subsource, this Danchenko guy who gave information to Steele, told FBI agents his hearsay is bar talk. It was never meant to be used in a legal proceeding. That, in spite of all that, they got warrant after warrant after warrant. So what did Page tell Strzok in August after Crossfire Hurricane opened up on July the 31st? Page, He's never going to become president, right? Strzok, no, he won't. We'll stop him. These are the two people leading Crossfire Hurricane. But what's important tonight is that for the first time we know that in January of 2016, Debbie Wasserman Schultz apparently meets with the Soros Foundation to talk about a plan to distract from the Clinton email scandal. And there's a statement where Obama said, I'm not going to have my president tarnished by the Clinton email scandal, suggesting to Comey and everybody else, you need to let this go. And at the same time, we now know from an email that Hillary Clinton, to distract from her own email scandal problems, set up the narrative that became Crossfire Hurricane, blaming Trump of being a Russian agent. And they planned this, coordinating between the campaign and this organization to create this storyline. That's what's new. I've never heard this before. I did not know that the Russians had hacked into the Soros Foundation and they had conversations between Democrats and the Soros group to set up a plot to say that Trump was a Russian agent. And it was known before Crossfire Hurricane the FBI was going to provide oil to it. So this was a conspiracy to blame Trump for being a Russian agent to distract from the Clinton email scandal to affect the outcome of the 2016 election.
It was, and then after they lost the election, then the real intelligence that was put together by senior rank and file intel officials, it said there was no Trump-Russia collusion. Didn't happen. And then they decided, I guess, according to Tulsi's release, my understanding is she believes Barack Obama led the way, but using the deep state, meaning Brennan and others, they decided to come up with another intelligence assessment. Now there's a bigger question. There's an investigation into a grand conspiracy by the FBI Director Kash Patel, that this has been a pattern that has played out now for 3 presidential elections. The second one would be in 2020. And remember, they verified the authenticity of Hunter's laptop in March of 2020. The FBI then was meeting weekly with big tech companies, but they knew Rudy Giuliani's then attorney, Bob Costello, had a copy. They knew it was going to be made public. Lo and behold, October, that laptop story breaks in the New York Post. And sure enough, 51 former Intel officials that knew nothing about that laptop assured the American people that, in fact, it has all the makings and markings of Russian disinformation. And when those big tech companies asked the FBI, who were pre-bunking it all summer long to them, whether it was true or false, they knew it to be true. They wouldn't tell them, and therefore the story got suppressed. Now, is that putting cinder blocks on the scale of an election? To me, it is.
Well, not only in October of 2016, Brennan went to brief Harry Reid about Trump's connection to Russia. And that came out right before the election, but it didn't catch on. After Trump got elected, before he took office, they went in overdrive to create this narrative that Trump was colluding with the Russians and that they interfered in the election to help Trump, and he was a Russian agent. And the rest is history. Remember the Mueller investigation and how we lived through all that? But here's what's important about tonight. For the first time ever, foreign intelligence services were talking about the FBI is going to get involved in investigating Trump before the investigation was even started. And the way we found that out is between conversations between Democrats and Soros. So the Russians hacked into this foundation, and they found out the information that they were planning an attack against Trump that was not true to distract from Hillary Clinton's political problems.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
This right here is a lot coming from way back from the Obama regime to, of course, Hillary running for election. Just wild, man. Wild. Right.
All right, let's look at the legal side. And here's Jonathan Turley reacting to today's breaking news. He wrote, quote, Democrats pulled the greatest political con job ever on Americans. It is now finally unraveling. He joins us now with more. Do you see criminal activity? If so, who should be worried tonight?
Well, there's a lot of people worried in the city tonight. This is the great reveal that John Ratcliffe was promising, and there's more to come. The important thing about this, Sean, is that it confirms things that we knew, and it gives us things that we did not know. We always knew, not always, but we knew earlier in July 2016, Brennan briefed Obama to say that Hillary Clinton was planning to create a Russian collusion scandal for Trump to distract from her email scandal. He briefed the president on that, and then months later, he played a critical role in overruling CIA analysts and including the Steele dossier. We also know that the Clinton campaign lied to the media, denied they had funded the Steele dossier, and indeed hid that funding as legal expenses by Mark Elias, the general counsel at that time of the Clinton campaign. And all of this required this all-on-deck effort, the government, the campaign, the media. That's why when you see the reaction of the media today, it's clear that no matter what is produced, you can show a dozen heads in a duffel bag, and they're still not impressed. And the reason is that for most of the media, this is not coverage. It would be a confession. That is, if they actually cover this story, they are confessing their own role in what may be the greatest political hit job in history.
Does this grand conspiracy investigation, in your mind, go further? When they verified the authenticity of Hunter's laptop, and then the FBI systematically went out to pre-bunk it, meeting weekly with big tech, knowing the story was coming out by Bob Costello, and then the 51 former intel agents. And then I would argue for 2024, lawfare and weaponization were used to bloody up Trump so he'd never be a viable candidate. My question, are we looking at the possibility that cinder blocks by deep state operatives are put on the scales of not one, not two, but three presidential elections? Are we looking at that possibility? Jonathan Turley.
Well, Sean, there is a nefarious pattern here in terms of these elections. But these people are not out of the woods. I think people like Brennan believe that the statute of limitations for perjury will protect him. His testimony before Congress, in my view, stands directly contradicted by this evidence. The problem for him is that there's a suggestion that this was an ongoing conspiracy, and that would extend that statute of limitations. But the greatest problem of all is that they're going to be called back to Congress. They're going to be asked these questions again. And either they're going to take the Fifth Amendment or they're going to have to come up with something different from what they said before, in my view. What is really astonishing is to see Brennan and Clapper say, we never relied on the Steele dossier, when Brennan intervened to make sure that the Steele dossier was part of that assessment.
They'll plead the Fifth. 100 to 1 odds. I'll give them to you tonight. That's my prediction. We will.
Man, so now the same people who made sure that President Trump's home, Mar-a-Lago, was raided are going to be going back and forth now, trying to make sure they clear their own names. Whew, what comes around? What goes around comes around.
Deadline time. This is a Fox News alert. President Trump signing an executive order imposing reciprocal tariffs on dozens of countries, ranging from 10% to 41%. This includes South Africa, Switzerland, Turkey, Pakistan, and he just increased the tariff on Canada from 25 to 35%. Oh boy. And now they're back. Kamala and Joe, yes, like bad pennies, have reemerged for the revival tour that no one has asked for. And now we finally know what Kamala's been doing since Trump wiped the floor with her in November. She's writing a book, or someone's writing it for her. For the first time, and with surprising and revealing insights, Kamala Harris tells the story of one of the wildest and most consequential presidential campaigns in American history.
I've spent a lot of time reflecting on those days, talking with my team, my family, my friends, and pulling my thoughts together. In essence, writing a journal that is this book, 107 Days. With candor and reflection, I've written a behind-the-scenes account of that journey. I believe there's value in sharing what I saw, what I learned, and what I know it will take to move forward.
Oh my God, she doesn't even seem convinced by what she's saying about herself. Do you want to turn the page? Yeah. But Kamala may be gaining an unlikely reader.
She's also coming out with a book. Any plans to buy it?
I don't know. I think I'm going to buy it. I'd love to see it. No. I'd find it. Look, I find everything in politics interesting. I thought it was a very strange campaign that we had. I wouldn't call her a skilled politician.
I wouldn't call her a skilled politician. Understatement of the year. And she's kicking off her press tour tonight, the only way she knows how, with another flop. Stephen Colbert, that is perfect. Well, maybe she can give him some advice on how to cope with losing your job. And right now, Jill is probably waking Joe up for his speech at the National Bar Association's gala here in Chicago. I can't believe I wasn't invited. It's about 5 blocks from where I am right now. Here to discuss this, Kevin McCarthy, former Speaker of the House. All right, Mr. Speaker, Kamala's book, 107 days. Man, that was a long 107 days for everyone. But look, of course she was going to write a book, but she says she's going to give a behind-the-scenes inside account. Well, she was the candidate. I should hope it's an inside account. What other account can it be?
You know, the only thing I think that could be worse is if someone bought me the book, but if someone bought me the audio version and I had to listen to her voice reading this book. You know, what would be interesting in the book, will she be honest and say, never did she have a poll where she was leading? Would she be honest and say that she knew she wasn't going to win this entire time? Or what about how Joe Biden was as president, that he mentally wasn't there? 107 days, I'm just wondering, how much did some publisher pay for this book?
Well, Mr. Speaker, she's trying to get in on this, you know, on a TikTok trend, but you be the judge about whether it's actually connecting. Check it out.
Everyone thinks you've been kicking back, drinking margaritas on the beach. But really, you've been hard at work writing a book, meeting with leaders, thinking about the future of our country. Who said that?
Oh my. I guess that's a trend. I don't partake of those trends.
Well, remember when she did this in the campaign, like dramatic, like she was going to answer the phone, it was Barack Obama endorsing her, then we found that was all staged? Or when she actually did the podcast, Who's Your Daddy, right? They built an entire stage. Or that she had all these stars come out. We found out she paid them. Even when she paid Beyonce or Oprah, they didn't perform. So there's no authenticity behind her. You know, she talked about maybe running for governor, then she got second thoughts because she knew she couldn't win. I think this book is her idea to try to set the stage to be the Democrat nominee again.
Relaunch.
But this is the difference. She would have to go earn it, and she would never win the primary.
By the way, Kevin, I'm really glad that you didn't know the name of Call Her Daddy podcast. I'm glad you boxed the name. Okay,
I've never watched it.
I don't know it either, but Sam tells me that's the name. So I'm glad that neither of us know the name.
Okay.
All right,
I said, who's your daddy? Okay.
Yeah, but that's a different one. It's a family show. We don't get into that one. But Mr. Speaker, do you think there is a snowball's chance in hell that Kamala Harris will be the Democrat nominee for the presidency in 2028?
Yeah.
None whatsoever. I believe even in this last time, had she had to go through a primary, she would not have won the primary. And had they selected somebody else, maybe they would have done a little better. But she was destroyed in every single swing state. Remember this, she lost women at a lower margin than Joe Biden. Joe Biden carried women at a greater margin than she did.
No.
So she has no one to blame but her as a candidate for 107 days. I would give this book to every candidate that wants to learn how not to run a campaign.
Well, we'll see if she sells more than 107 copies. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
People are going to buy the book. Democrats, liberals, women, yeah, they'll buy it. But who knows, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Mark.
A lot of hate is swirling around, a lot of disinformation. A lot of people are coming out of the closet. A lot of people are taking off their hoods and their masks, and they're revealing themselves. So let's take a step back, America, especially you in this audience. You are true blue Americans, red-blooded Americans, and you don't like what you're seeing and hearing either, if I'm guessing right. On October 7, 2023, the slaughter of the Jews by Hamas, that didn't happen because the Palestinians were not given a state. It happened because they were given a state. Hamas slaughtered Israelis in ways that are so monstrous, so horrific, that not a single network or cable TV platform will show you the videos that terrorists took while decapitating, gang raping, mutilating, burning alive, and slaughtering innocent young people at a music festival and innocent families at kibbutzim, basically farmers. I ask France, Germany, Britain, Spain, Ireland, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Finland, Iceland, and the rest of them who are now calling for a Palestinian state. Why won't you show your citizens what was done on October 7th? Why? Hamas executes, tortures, starves, and brutalizes the Palestinians in Gaza. Why don't you show what Hamas is actually doing? Why are you knowingly and intentionally covering up for Hamas? Why aren't you reporting how they use their hospitals and mosques and schools and homes and other civilian locations as military installations from which to attack Israel, to store ammunition and arms, as terrorist communication centers? Why are you censoring this information? Why are you knowingly and intentionally feeding lies to your citizens about Hamas, which is working hand in hand with the United Nations, UNRWA, is starving the people in Gaza the way Stalin starved his people to hold on to power, the way Mao starved his people to hold on to his power, the way Assad killed 600,000 of his own people, all Muslims, to hold on to power, the way in Yemen Muslims are slaughtering Muslims, 250,000 of them. Why don't you report about that? Two-state solution won't fix any of that. The evidence is everywhere of what Hamas is doing in videos, in photographs, in-person accounts, and so forth. Hamas is controlling the food distribution in Gaza by stealing it, consuming it, and when it has enough left over, selling what it chooses to whom it chooses at usury prices unaffordable to most of the people there. They're feeding their fellow terrorists. They're selling it to buy more arms. They're enriching their leaders, several of whom are billionaires and multimillionaires. Why aren't you reporting this on the front page of the New York Times and the Washington Post and the BBC and the Independent and all the rest of the radical left-wing Western media, self-hating, suicidal Western media? The enormous tonnage of food, water, and medical supplies. America, nearly 100 tons. The Israelis and others have shipped into Gaza. They've attempted to ship into Gaza, has more than enough food to feed the 2 million people there. Why don't you ask, media? Why don't you ask? Where's it gone? Where is it going? Why is the UN sitting on thousands of pallets of food and water? Why are the thousands and thousands of 18-wheelers sent into Gaza over the course of this war being hijacked at gunpoint? Who's doing that? There's evidence everywhere. Everywhere. Yet the Western media chooses to either ignore it or lie about it. Meanwhile, for purposes of perspective, Britain didn't send tons of food, water, and medicine to the Germans during World War II. Why not? In fact, they, like us, correctly targeted population centers in order to try and bring the war to an end. Israel's not doing that. It's doing the opposite. Dresden was bombed off the face of the map. Virtually every human being living there was incinerated in 2 nights of bombing by the RAF, followed by the Army Air Corps. Perhaps as many as 250,000 people were killed in 2 nights. It wasn't a military installation. It had no military value. It was called the Florence of Germany. We bombed Tokyo repeatedly. We bombed Berlin repeatedly. Population centers. We didn't give a damn if the people were eating or drinking or medicated. We wanted that war over. There was Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They were not of military significance. We needed to end that war too. And by the way, I defend all the actions that we and our allies took. Imperial Japan and the Nazis had to be destroyed. Well, what about the modern day Nazis? The Islamists? No, apparently not. Because why? Let's be honest. Because it involves the Jews in Israel. That's why. These same quislings in the UK and France and these other Western countries, they wouldn't allow it to happen to their country. Oh, but you know what? Maybe they would. Maybe they would. No Churchill or Thatcher left in Europe, I can tell you that. But today, it's Israel that's fighting for its survival. And unlike Britain or Germany, Israel has done more to avoid civilian casualties than any country in modern history. That's according to John Spencer. Who is he? He's certainly the chair of urban warfare studies at the Modern War Institute, co-director of the Urban Warfare Project, considered the world's leading expert on urban warfare. Spencer also has pointed out that no other country in the world has fed the citizens of an enemy that is still in an active war. None. Israel is fighting Hamas. You know how many IDF soldiers it's lost? No, you don't. Why? Because the American media doesn't give a damn. The Western media doesn't give a damn. Who are these IDF soldiers? They're young men and women. They're the citizens of Israel. They come out of the restaurants and cafes. They're plumbers, they're electricians, they're truck drivers, they're doctors and nurses. They're regular people. How many of them have died? Nobody wants to know. Almost 1,000. Well, Mark, 1,000? It's a nation of 9 million people. That would be like tens of thousands of our soldiers dying, on top of tens and tens of thousands of Israelis who were slaughtered by Hamas. Israel is surrounded by hundreds of millions of Arabs who've got more land than they know what to do with. They're surrounded, this tiny little democracy. And the funny thing is, they're the indigenous peoples of the area. They go back over 4,000 years. The archaeology proves it. They're the indigenous peoples there who are told to get out. Tell me, how many Christians are left in the Middle East? You know, Judaism was born right there in the Holy Land. Then Christianity was born right there in the Holy Land. 600-700 years later comes Islam. How many Christians are left in the Arab countries? Well, we have Coptic Christians in Egypt. They're under attack. They're being killed there as well. Tell me, how many Jews are left in any of the Arab countries? Two-state solution? Is this a joke? Israel's fighting Hamas. They're losing their sons and daughters. Hamas is still firing missiles into Israel. Hamas murdered scores of Israeli hostages, refuses to release the remaining 20 who are alive, who no doubt are starving, have been tortured, no doubt have been raped. Hamas has said repeatedly, nonetheless, we're going to keep attacking Israel. If we have another shot, we're going to take another shot. We're never going to give up. Yet Israel is told it is not doing enough to defeat the people in Gaza who, by the way, voted for Hamas. And every indication is that if an election were held today among the Palestinians, Hamas will win the election. The same Western media that since October 7th has used Hamas's casualty numbers as if they're fact, using the casualty numbers of a terrorist organization, repeating them day in and day out. And this despite the fact that experts, including professors from top universities, such as the Wharton School, mathematicians, statisticians, I've got it right here. Here, this report, this report, this report, this additional report, this report, this report that the media all have access to. Despite the fact that these experts are saying there is no way that the Israelis are committing the acts that Hamas is saying. There's no way that so many children and women are dying according to Hamas. The media keep reporting it, and they report it without these experts and without these reports. AP, Reuters, New York Times, Washington Post, BBC, all the rest, flat out propagandists, liars. The casualty rate among women and children these reports tell us, these experts, cannot possibly be accurate. You know what's amazing? Hamas itself, a few months ago, they said their numbers are not accurate to try and cover themselves for when people actually figure it out. But the media keep repeating their numbers anyway, as do the UN. Why? The answer is quite simple. And what about Egypt? Egypt, you say. What does Egypt have to do with anything? Good point. Not a word of criticism. Why Egypt? Egypt borders Gaza. Egypt has built a huge wall to prevent the Palestinians in Gaza from leaving. People left Syria. They went into places like Turkey and Jordan and so forth. Egypt will not allow Palestinians to leave. Obviously, Israel can't because they come into Israel, which is who they attacked. But Egypt, Arabs, Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims, no. The Egyptians refuse to allow the Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula. They refuse to let them escape. Egypt is doing this out of internal politics, not for national security reasons. It doesn't want the Palestinians to flee into their country. Has anybody pressured Egypt? Has anybody heard anything about Egypt? No. Not a damn word. Of course, the way to end this is for Hamas to surrender, to release the hostages. They started the whole damn thing. They killed civilians in Israel. They're killing civilians in Gaza. But all the pressure is on Israel. The world could put pressure on Hamas. What has Britain done? Nothing. France, nothing. Germany, nothing. Now they're doing worse than nothing. So Hamas and its allies like Qatar's been behind this from day one. But there's others. And throughout Europe, and even in the United States, we have elements in the United States. They've launched a massive campaign against Israel in the media, heavily drenched in anti-Semitism, including these photos of emaciated babies published by the New York Times and others on their front pages, accusing Israel of actively starving these children. These are very, very horrific photos. They influence world leaders. They create anti-Semit, they're blood libels. That's what we Jews call them, because we know it leads to nothing but anti-Semitism and hate and the killing of Jews. It was a damnable lie, and the Times knew it when it ran it. That baby that it showed on its front pages a few weeks ago had cystic fibrosis. It had absolutely nothing to do with starvation. And you'll notice his mother wasn't exactly starving either. But the lie spread throughout the world, all the Western media, and the New York Times said, I guess we better fix this. And they put out a phony correction, not even a correction, on a different site that nobody reads. The New York Times covered up the Holocaust. The New York Times has been a mouthpiece for Hamas. And now the New York Times is covering up Hamas's role in the starvation of its own citizens. So Europe and the UN now are organizing a worldwide effort to push for a Palestinian state. It would be as if in 1945, on the brink of the defeat of the Third Reich, they were awarded the Third Reich with a country of its own. Let's say carved out of France or Britain. What do you think about that, France and Britain? Yes, reward them with their own country. What would this new state look like, this new Palestinian state? Where would it be exactly? What kind of government would it have? What kind of military would it have? Who is the Martin Luther King or Gandhi, the Palestinian figure, who would lead it? Who is it? How would you prevent the Islamist death cults from taking it over? Or making alliances with communist China, or communist North Korea, or fascistic Russia, or Iran, or fascistic Turkey for that matter? Many choices, you know. What about them getting ballistic missiles? How would that stop? I can hear the isolationists in our country. None of our business. That's Israel's problem. None of our business. And why are there no proposals from the West? Not a single one. Directly calling on a single Arab state to carve out parts of their countries for a Palestinian state. Why is that? You know, Palestinians, the vast majority of them came out of a little country called Jordan. Jordan is currently 70% Palestinian. The king is not. The queen is. Well, the king's father had a little problem several decades ago when the Palestinian extremists and Arafat rose up to overthrow the monarchy. And you know what they did? They killed them, and they imprisoned them, and they made sure, and chased off many of them, that these Palestinians would never come back to Jordan. No, they should be Israeli, don't you know? The land that is now Israel was Jewish long before these monarchies and military dictatorships that surrounded Israel ever existed. And why should or how could Israel ever agree to its own suicide and the extermination of its own people, which would be not a two-state solution, but a final solution? I think some people are actually cheering for this. Israel could never agree to that. What these countries are doing, and the quislings and reprobates that run them are doing, emboldening Hamas and the other Islamic terrorists and all terrorists. The message these terrorists are receiving is that their terrorism works. Terrorism in London, Paris, Toronto, all other Western countries who've signed on to this despicable surrender of civilization to these barbarians, the barbarians are going to say, hey, this works. Just keep at it. And the more people you murder and rape and torture, maybe in other capitals of the Western world, the more likely these failing nations, and that's what they are, they're failing, the more likely they will be accommodating you. Not so in the United States with a strong leader like Donald Trump. He's onto this. Or in Israel with a strong leader like Netanyahu. These other countries think they will somehow escape the consequences of their appeasement, when in fact they are targeting themselves as the weak, pathetic fools that they are. And we see this poison spreading in our own country. The president is fighting, his administration is fighting it. In the Democrat Party and academia, in our media, it is spreading like a cancer. We see it spreading among many who we used to respect and consider one of our own, who have these podcasts and these platforms, who viciously question the Holocaust, who attack Churchill and are soft on Hitler, who spew the Jews control our foreign policy attack, blood libel. And now they're attacking evangelical Christians. Yes, and they're getting rich doing it. Look who's the Democrat nominee for mayor in New York, a Marxist, Islamist, Hamas-supporting demagogue. The Democrat Party leadership, Jeffries, Schumer, such quislings, they won't even denounce him. Just as the Republican leadership won't denounce the Jew-hating podcasters who narcissistically call themselves influencers. Thank the good Lord for Donald Trump and the righteous Gentiles. You are speaking out and standing up to this. You understand what's at stake. Two-state solution. You see, a Palestinian state will fix everything. Well, I have a little graphic of Africa here from the African Center for Strategic Studies. Christians in Africa are being slaughtered by the same Islamists. In Mali, in Burkina, in Niger, in Nigeria, in Cameroon, in Mozambique, in Chad, in Somalia. Wow. So if you give the Palestinians a state, this will stop? We're talking about radical Islamism here. We're talking about terrorism here. Here we have this from a French think tank of all places. Between 1979 and April 2024, they say we recorded almost 67,000 Islamist attacks worldwide. These attacks caused the deaths of at least 249,941 people. How will a Palestinian state fix that? Then I have another one. In Syria, the Syrian civil war killed more than 528,000 people. They believe over 600,000, the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said. Those are Muslims slaughtering mostly Muslims. Wow. It's got to be the Jews in Israel. It's got to be Netanyahu, no? No. Then in Yemen, right now, according to the United Nations of all places, over 150,000 people have been killed by the Houthis, Islamists, who back Hamas, who are backed by Iran. Muslims slaughtering Muslims, as well as estimates of more than 227,000 in addition, who've died from ongoing famine and starvation. Have you heard anybody talk about this? The reprobate who runs Britain, the coward and weasel who runs France, and all these failing Western countries? Have you heard any of them? How about your favorite podcasters? Have they gotten off their fat asses and have they talked about any of this? I don't think they have. And I haven't even mentioned China, which is slaughtering the Uyghurs. And by the way, Christians and Tibetans, maybe they deserve a new country too. Yeah, we know exactly what's going on here. The fact of the matter is this is a battle between the Marxist Islamists and the West. And other than the United States, we have a real leader in the state of Israel and a few other countries, in Argentina and so forth. The West is...
Shout out to the OG, Mark Levin, Definitely doing his thing right there. All right. You guys want us to keep going? We'll keep going if you want to keep going. We're going to keep going if you want to keep going. What else we got? Let's see this.
Former House Intel Committee Chairman Devin Nunes and Fox News contributors Jason Chaffetz, Miranda Devine. Devin, you were up to your eyeballs involved in this. You were being smeared, slandered, besmirched. You told the American people the truth. The congenital liar Adam Schiff was lying to the American people. Did you know all of this back then? Did you know what we've learned in the annex? Did you know what we learned from the declassified information from Tulsi Gabbard? Did you know what Ratcliffe also declassified?
Well, some of that information, Sean, was actually our own information. Remember, they hid part of our intelligence report for many, many years that just came out last week also. That thoroughly went through our team. The Democrats didn't participate. We went through every piece of intelligence that existed within the intelligence apparatus, and they wouldn't let us put that information out. It was very convenient, even though President Trump had numerous times had said that it had been declassified. So I think another thing, you asked if I knew, we had plenty of circumstantial evidence at that time. And in fact, Lee Smith, who wrote a book about this, he actually dug up. Everybody knows about the Steele dossiers, but there were actually earlier dossiers that we had in our possession. So we knew in early 2016 that they were cooking this up. And I think, finally, when you see, is it really believable that Comey and all the people that you were showing didn't know when they went to the FISA court, and signed off on the FISA? How are they the only ones that didn't know that this was paid for by the DNC and Clinton? It just seems very unlikely. And I think that's why they have to be investigated for not only back in 2016, but all the way up until Mar-a-Lago gets raided just a couple of years ago.
And that's where the grand conspiracy investigation comes in. Jason, you were on the Oversight Committee for a long time, and you were digging deep and doing a deep dive into this. Where do you see it now? And then if we add 2020 to the mix, are we looking at 3 presidential elections, 51 former intel officials pre-bunking the very real, verified as authentic Hunter Biden laptop in 2020 and lawfare and weaponization from 20 to 2024 to bloody up Trump so he couldn't be a candidate? Are we looking at a grand conspiracy?
Yeah, I think clearly we are. I mean, that's where the evidence is pointing us. One nugget I want to talk about is that I was chairman of the Oversight Committee. Those emails and that information that was flowing through the Clinton campaign on this homebrewed server, those were under subpoena. But that's when we shockingly found out, when I questioned Comey, when he came and testified before our committee in mid-July, we asked if anybody had been granted immunity. And he said he didn't know. Are you kidding me? He didn't know if anybody had been granted immunity? Well, we had to dig it up and found that 5 people had been granted immunity. And what's interesting about is Hillary Clinton's chief of staff, people like Brian Pagliano, who was the senior IT person who claims he never sent nor received any emails. But then we found out that there was BleachBit that was being used. So they were trying to destroy the evidence in real time. And it's clear now that some of that seeped through. But they gave these people immunity. The chief of staff, for instance, she agreed to hand over her computer, but the Department of Justice said they would never use the contents of that material against Hillary Clinton in the campaign. And there was no condition that they cooperate with the government. This was a cover-up that was starting to happen in 2016.
Miranda, there's a media component to this, and they took it hook, line, and sinker. They peddled lies and conspiracy theories. They got Pulitzer Prizes. Your coverage was far superior to theirs, just like Devin was right, Jason was right, we were right on this program, you were right in your coverage as well. Where's your Pulitzer Prize? I don't expect one for myself.
Well, the really frightening thing, Sean, is that they're still at it. The New York Times today has a story saying that the communications that Tulsi Gabbard declassified and that Chuck Grassley just released, showing that Hillary Clinton was briefed and approved of this dirty tricks campaign, these series of emails between her campaign and this Soros operator. That is a real smoking gun and very damaging to everybody, because it lays out exactly what the plot was to tie Donald Trump to Putin, explicitly to take the attention away from Hillary Clinton's emails. Now, the New York Times is saying that's fake, that it's Russian disinformation. We've heard that before. You know, they don't even read that in that Durham declassified appendix, Durham says that the CIA has said that there's no evidence that it was Russian disinformation. FBI analysts have said that the emails look to be authentic. And then Durham's own investigators found that this communication was a composite of authentic emails between the Soros people and the Clinton campaign, the DNC. So how can the New York Times just lie to its readers like that and traduce the New York Post, again, my colleague Josh Christensen, who tells the truth and just lays out the facts as they are?
All right. Thank you all for being with us. And coming up. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
But we begin this Sunday morning with the chance for justice, finally, and the DOJ's strike force, named last week to investigate evidence disclosed about the Russia collusion hoax, with a look at next legal steps as we continue to search for accountability for the biggest political scandal of our time. And after a bombshell week with DNI Tulsi Gabbard disclosing something this audience has suspected for a long time, that President Barack Obama may have been pulling the strings after Trump won in the November 2016 election, pushing a plan to muddy up the incoming president's name and handicap his new administration with a phony story about Russia. This past week, DNA Gabbard sent criminal referrals to the Department of Justice, and the DOJ announced the formation of that strike force to evaluate the evidence presented. Coming up, the timeline to destroying Trump's reputation with the two men who saw it coming from day one, while exposing the Russia collusion with Trump made-up fantasy concocted by Hillary Clinton and her 2016 presidential campaign. CIA Director John Ratcliffe and Trump Media and Telecom CEO Devin Nunes are here. Just days after Director of National Intelligence Gabbard declassified the House Intelligence Committee report prepared in 2020 based on then Congressman Nunes' investigation that the intelligence community did not have any direct information or evidence that Russian President Putin wanted to help elect Donald Trump in 2016. Despite the assessment repeatedly listed in the daily presidential briefing, then President Obama ordered a new report which completely contradicted the original assessment. Here's DNI Tulsi with me here exclusively last Sunday.
The tasks that came out of that meeting was coming from President Obama directing the intelligence community, then Obama's ODNI director Clapper, to produce a document, to produce an intelligence assessment that detailed not if, but how Moscow affected the outcome of the election that had already occurred, electing Donald Trump to the presidency. This document that they published in January of 2017.
CIA Director John Ratcliffe will join me shortly. But first, a flashback to 2018 with me here 7 years ago.
It's very troubling. Again, all of this ties in. It's not just Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, Maria. What's important and significant about what Devin Nunes told you earlier is more than 70 witnesses appeared before the House Intelligence Committee. All of them were asked the same question. What evidence do you have of Russian collusion with Donald Trump or the Trump campaign? What evidence do you have of conspiracy? What evidence do you have of coordination? And they batted 1,000 in their response. These are folks like Susan Rice and Samantha Power, senior DOJ and department officials and intelligence and law enforcement officials, and they all said, we don't have any. So what we have known and
what I want the public to see from these transcripts is that our law enforcement and intelligence communities have known for a while that there isn't evidence of Russian collusion with Donald Trump or the Trump campaign. And the sooner the public finds that out, the better off we'll all be.
And joining me right now, back 7 years later in the Sunday Morning Futures exclusive, is the current director of the CIA, once again, John Ratcliffe. Director, thanks so much for being here this morning.
Great to see you, Maria. Great to be back with you.
And thank you for all of your truth-telling over the years. We will speak with Devin Nunes, who opened this up wide so many years ago. But I want to get your reaction to what we're seeing now with Tulsi Gabbard highlighting the truth here, as you have done so many years ago.
Well, Maria, before the intelligence community assessment that DNI Gabbard was talking about, and before Devin Nunes's report about that intelligence community assessment, before the Mueller investigation, before Crossfire Hurricane, there was this. In the summer of 2016, U.S. intelligence intercepted Russian intelligence talking about a Hillary Clinton plan to falsely accuse Donald Trump of Russia collusion, to vilify him and smear him with what would become known infamously as the Steele dossier. And Maria, this intelligence was so explosive that John Brennan briefed President Obama, Vice President Biden, Jim Clapper, James Comey, the entire national security team, telling them about this Hillary Clinton plan. Again, but think about this, Maria. That was in August of 2016, and yet it wasn't until more than 4 years later, in October of 2020, when I found, after an exhaustive search, John Brennan's handwritten notes and the underlying intelligence behind it that revealed exactly what happened. So for a 4-year period of time, the truth about the origins of the Russia collusion hoax was hidden from the American people. And unfortunately, Maria, as you recall, those same people were already at that point in time onto their next hoax, the Hunter Biden laptop. This was a month before the 2020 election. And unfortunately, what we saw with Joe Biden's election was another 4 years to be able to continue to bury the truth. And so it's only now, with Donald Trump having been reelected, that through DNI Gabbard, myself, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, all of this intelligence, all of this evidence that's been hidden and buried from the American people is finally coming to light.
Yeah. We just showed a picture of John Brennan's notes, and I want to go back to those because you just referenced them. These are handwritten notes that John Brennan took during that meeting with Obama and the other top lieutenants, where he writes that Russia is aware of the Hillary Clinton plan to tie Donald Trump to a Russia story. And these notes is something that you highlighted many times, that Devin Nunes highlighted many times. Is this what you're saying was hidden, these handwritten notes and the obvious story right then and there in the meeting with President Obama, where John Brennan was writing notes down as far as what he was telling and discussing with that team?
Well, think about it, Maria. During that 4-year period of time, think about the countless interviews that Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Jim Clapper, James Comey, John Brennan gave to the public, and testimony that they gave under oath about how Russia was involved in our election. And not one time, not a single time, did they ever reference what became verified intelligence, a Hillary Clinton plan. Verified, Maria, because in 2020, Hillary Clinton's own campaign manager took the oath under penalty of perjury in the trial of Michael Sussman and was asked about this plan and said, yes, there was a plan, and Hillary Clinton personally approved it. So all they did was talk about the fake Steele dossier, but never talked about the true intelligence, the true origins of the Russia collusion hoax, was that this was a Hillary Clinton campaign scheme. Yeah. Really incredible. And, Devin Nunes, your next guest, truly an American hero trying to bring these things to light. And again, now we have the opportunity to do exactly that.
Yeah, he sure is a hero, and so are you, Director. Look, our audience knows this, thanks to you and thanks to Devin Nunes. Our audience is well aware of what took place here, but we want to see accountability. Many of the statute of limitations have expired. It's been almost 10 years for many of these folks who did this. But John Brennan testified to Congress, and so did Hillary Clinton, within 5 years. I think it was in 2020, right, and then again in 2021. Are those statute of limitations still live? Tell me if, in fact, we could see a criminal prosecution here, as you just the other day, 3 weeks ago, have in fact referred criminal referrals to the DOJ.
Well, Maria, so part of what came out last week was about how John Brennan, Clapper, Comey, they all pushed the known fake Steele dossier into intelligence community assessments and as the basis for Crossfire Hurricane and all that. But what hasn't come out yet, and what's going to come out, is the underlying intelligence that I have spent the last few months making recommendations about final declassification and sent that to the Department of Justice that will come out in the John Durham report classified annex. And what that intelligence shows, Maria, is that part of this was a Hillary Clinton plan, but part of it was an FBI plan to be an accelerant to that fake Steele dossier, to those fake Russia collusion claims by pouring oil on the fire, by amplifying the lie and burying the truth of what Hillary Clinton was up to. And you're right, Maria. John Brennan testified to John Durham in August of 2020. He also testified to the House Oversight Committee in 2022. Hillary Clinton testified before John Durham under oath in 2022. James Comey testified before the Senate committee in September 2020. All of that's within the last 5 years. And much of that testimony is, frankly, completely inconsistent with what our underlying intelligence that is about to be declassified in the Durham Annex, what that reflects. And so, you know, Pam Bondi does have a strike force. It is a different Department of Justice, a different FBI, and an opportunity to look at how these people really did conspire to run a hoax, a fraud on the American people and against Donald Trump's presidency. And so coming forward, we understand that they did this, but now we need to understand how they did this. And I think that's why you see the left losing their minds over this, Maria, saying, why are you spending time? This is vindictive. You're going back. This is Donald Trump, you know, seeking retribution. It's not. Donald Trump's election by the American people was a statement, Maria. They said to everyone, we know what you did to Donald Trump, and we reelected him because we know this was all fake. We know it was a hoax. Now we want to understand how you did it so that it can't happen again. And that's what this declassification process that we're undergoing right now, what's going on, why it's so important, and why there can be accountability and preventability to prevent these same people that did it in 2016 with the Steele dossier, with the Hunter Biden laptop in 2020 from doing it again in the future.
So what I think I hear you saying is there is still an opportunity for indictments, potential prosecutions, accountability from those people who may have lied under oath, like John Brennan, James Comey, and perhaps Hillary Clinton.
Well, that's why I've made the referrals that I have. D&I Gabbard has made referrals, and why we're going to continue to share the intelligence that would support the ability of our Department of Justice to make bring fair and just claims against those who have perpetrated this hoax against the American people and this stain on our country.
Director, one other question on this. Tulsi, as well as President Trump, used the word treason. Is there a statute of limitations on treason?
Well, Maria, what I would say is this, is there is no doubt in my mind that the people that we just talked about conspired. They conspired against President Trump. They conspired against the American people. And so I'll leave it to Pam Bondi and our Department of Justice, Kash Patel, and our FBI to investigate the conspiracy to do what and what charges that they're capable of bringing. But again, I don't think statute of limitations are going to impact, because in a conspiracy, Maria, the statute of limitation doesn't start to run until the last act in furtherance of that conspiracy. And Maria, part of why this is so important is the people behind this are still furthering the conspiracy. They're refusing to admit or acknowledge what they did in 2016 and what they did in 2020 was wrong. And so I think that's why this is so important and why I'm excited about what the American people will see very shortly and what's to continue to come.
We'll wait for that John Durham report and the annexed classified declassification and release of that in this week or in the upcoming weeks. But real quick before you go, Director, not only did the Russia collusion lie destroy people's lives, rip the country apart, but it also diverted energy and resources away from the real threats. So you have people like Adam Schiff, who is now a senator, completely ignoring the fact that Americans were relying on China for their critical elements that we need. For example, today, we rely on 90% of our prescription drugs for China. They're made in China. And so all of this was
100%.
going on, and they were yelling, Russia, 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 and in fact, not even focusing on the actual threats. That, in my view, is a dereliction of duty.
100%, Maria, completely agree. And don't limit it to China. So the mess that we just cleaned up, the Trump administration cleaned up with regard to Iran and its pursuit of a nuclear weapon, what's happening in Ukraine with Russia that we've inherited, and of course, our greatest geopolitical threat, China. All of these people helped build China. They helped create the threat that China is, that Russia is, that Iran is, because they put politics in front of national security. All of these people are responsible for the threats that we're facing as a country right now. But the good news is, Maria, the good guys are in charge. And as Donald Trump is very clearly showing, we are fully capable of undoing the damage that they've done and addressing the threats to America by using law enforcement and the intelligence community the way it's supposed to be, to protect the American people, not to go after political opponents with fake, fraudulent schemes to maintain power.
Really, really important points. Director, great to see you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. If you have not subscribed to the channel, go on ahead right now. Subscribe to the channel. And you can also join the memberships. It is $4.99. We have a good time here on this channel. Free speech. You can get blocked, but it's if you're like, if you can't survive, you get blocked. That's it. Okay. Here we go.
I'm getting PTSD just listening. Here to react is Matt Towery. He's a great pollster, political analyst, and Dan Turrentine, former Democratic advisor and co-host of the morning meeting. Dan, can we start with you? Are there so many Democrats? Is there really just one Democratic leader? Did we just watch the leader on the Colbert Report?
We definitely didn't see the leader on the Colbert Report. I mean, we don't have a leader of our party right now. It's probably the only thing I agree with that Kamala said last night. Look, Democrats are buzzing about three things, Brian, with her reemerging. The first is, as someone close to her told me last weekend, she wants to run for president. And as the name of this new book suggests, she's going to try to lay the predicate that the reason she lost was she didn't have enough time, when most Democrats think it was probably the best thing she had going for her due to her propensity to make mistakes. The second thing is, as you teased in the opening, when a candidate does something like this, an interview with Colbert, you want to have a soundbite that people take away. It was a word salad of nothing burgers. I guess, as you said, I love my country, I'm a public servant, and I'm tired of this. It's such a weak message. The third is, she's on a collision course with Joe Biden, because Biden's out there now trying to say, hey, I was mentally fit, my presidency was great. Is she going to agree with him as she gets out there and writes this book and agree with Hunter Biden? Or is she going to try to separate herself? Either way, it's mutually assured destruction for the party.
So, Dan, before I get to you, Matt, I want you to hear this and then respond, because you kind of led us to this. Listen to Kamala.
People are asking you to separate yourself from Joe Biden. I was one of them. What's different between you and Joe Biden?
Yeah.
That must have been difficult. What was that like to navigate?
It's an instinct of mine to be someone who does not participate in piling on. And I was not going to pile on. And I just wasn't going to do that. And there was a lot of piling on at that time, and I wasn't going to participate in that.
Bro.
Matt, what is she talking about?
What are you talking about? Piling on? There was a lot of piling on, and I wasn't going to participate in piling on. What are you talking about? Oh, man.
On what?
Directed at me? Well, I have no earthly idea. In fact, when I heard the piling on, I'm thinking about poor Dan, because Dan is such a sensible Democrat. And I've known a lot of sensible Democrats over the years. And now we're piling on because they have nothing but the AOCs and the Crockett's and the mayor of Cincinnati types. And it's just really making their party look like it's adrift. I would like to say one quick thing, though, Brian, for Republicans that they need to understand. The leader of the Democratic Party right now are the regime media and the regime pollsters. And you have a great example today in that. All the last few weeks, it's been Epstein on all of these legacy media stations talking endlessly. And it's having a little effect on the president's numbers, to be honest with you. But then you have the Bureau of Labor Statistics come out with statistics, which, by the way, is just polling. And they are incorrect the way they do it, in my opinion. And you saw the terrible flaw there. Well, now the media is going to make a huge deal out of the fact that the jobs report showed that we lost jobs, and they revised down by 250,000, I think, for May and June. All of this stuff comes in as a pileup to try to keep the Democrats going and to try to keep Donald Trump from being successful, which he is every single day. But that's the leader of the Democratic Party. Yeah. It's the media and the pollsters.
Shout out to Jet. God bless you, MVP Jet. He says, the woke era is over. The reality era is here now. Well, we see the Sweeney, what's her name? Who knows? But we saw the Good Genes campaign by American Eagle. And yeah, okay. Wokeness is gone. I'll tell you that much.
So, Dan, this soundbite I'm about to play is from your podcast. So interesting for me. Great job, because it's Joe Biden. Did the Biden team have a plan if Kamala defected? Watch.
If the Biden people decide that Kamala Harris is coming after Joe Biden, wait till you hear the Palin-esque stories about how much they tried to help her be prepared to be vice president and be in a position to run, and how much they decided not happening. She's not up to this. If the Biden people feel threatened, you will hear stories about Kamala Harris as vice president that will not make her look good. She will have a hard time defending against the stories if that dam bursts.
Dan, is Mark right? Did you hear that too? And do you think that's how it plays out? At one point, Kamala tries to separate and then she gets eviscerated?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I would never say that my colleague is not right. I think Mark is one of the most wired-in people, and he's absolutely right. I think, look, you saw it with Hunter Biden. They are going scorched earth already on any Democrat who attempts to separate, or people like Nancy Pelosi who did what they think that they had to do. So again, if you're Kamala Harris, if you thought that you didn't want to pile on, then you should not have run, right? She cleared the field when Biden resigned that day because she so badly wanted to do this. And so if what she's going to do is now give a book tour and say, I'm with Joe Biden. Joe Biden is unpopular. He was unpopular. And, you know, candidates that run 3 consecutive times or 3 times, like Ronald Reagan, Donald Trump, they are ideologically consistent. The country comes to them. If she's going to attempt to lead us into the future by arguing that Joe Biden's presidency was good and we should continue it, man, I thought we hit rock bottom. Apparently we would not have.
And Matt, real quick, can you tell me who do you think that anyone can be successful that is associated with the Biden team? Because we know about he was not mentally there for at least 2 years and you were complicit.
No, I don't think any of them can. I think it would be very difficult for them to explain that administration and also the results of that administration. It's going to go a different direction. I think it's going to go more to the left. You're going to see an AOC, Crockett, those types emerge. That's not going to be good for the Democratic Party.
And you know,
AOC, Crockett. That would be amazing duo. AOC, Jasmine Crockett. That would be an amazing duo. I can't wait to see that. Okay, sad tragedy.
Last week,
right
another preventable tragedy occurred in New Jersey. A mother and her 11-year-old daughter were killed in a wrong-way DUI crash. The other driver was Raul Luna Perez, an illegal alien with a lengthy criminal record. But DHS says he was never deported for these previous crimes due to New Jersey's sanctuary policies. Joining us with the latest is Fox News correspondent CB Cotton. CB, what you got?
Hey, Joey, yeah, the head-on collision instantly killed the New Jersey mom, according to investigators. The woman's 11-year-old daughter later died at the hospital. And yes, the Trump administration is sounding the alarm, saying sanctuary policies kept ICE agents from taking the suspect off the street. This weekend, loved ones gathered to remember the lives of Maria Pleitez and her daughter, Dayanara Cortez. Pleitez reportedly immigrated from El Salvador more than 2 decades ago, and her children, born in the U.S. Outlet, the Lakewood Scoop, was the first to report on last weekend's crash, gathering this disturbing video from the scene. DHS says an illegal migrant from Mexico, Raul Luna Perez, is responsible for crashing his Dodge Durango head-on into the mother's Nissan Sentra. First responders noticed on scene that Luna Perez seemed intoxicated, according to prosecutors who say he was then taken to an area hospital where his blood was drawn with a court-authorized warrant. Luna Perez now faces 2 counts of vehicular homicide and assault by auto. But investigators say the crash was not his first run-in with the law. Get this, he was arrested twice for a DUI charge in March and April of this year, and in June 2023, he was arrested for simple domestic violence.
When that domestic violence charge came, when those 2 separate DUI charges came, what those sanctuary city policies did was not allow ICE into those prisons to remove this illegal alien. Secretary Noem has said we've got to flood the zone. We have to then have all of our ICE law enforcement go into the streets and be targeting these criminal illegal aliens.
I want to mention the charges against the suspect could be upgraded after his blood test results are returned. So DHS says it's not clear when the suspect illegally entered into the U.S., but now ICE has lodged a detainer and started the process of removing him from the country while he remains in custody. We've reached out to New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy about the state's sanctuary policies and have not yet heard back.
Wow.
Joey.
Arrested that many times already. Thanks, CB. So ICE agents are doing everything they can to keep Americans safe from illegal aliens, and they're facing unprecedented threats because of it. Currently, there is a manhunt underway in Colorado for an illegal who tried to ram ICE agents with his car. He had entered the U.S. illegally 6 times, according to reports, and has been convicted of child sex abuse. But despite these dangers, Dems are making life more difficult for ICE agents and continue to call for unmasking them. Now they're gaslighting the public, claiming this is all about ensuring good relations with the community.
They're enforcing law anonymously, without a first name, a last name, a badge number. This is grave. This is at the core of community and law enforcement. There should be a good working relationship between law enforcement and community, and this is surely placing a huge obstacle in the way.
Molly, I think this is just such an amazing example of the fact that President Trump shut the border down. Border crossings are down at an almost marginal rate, and most are interdicted, they believe. But the leftover problem from the Biden administration for letting more than 4 million people in during his term, or I think it was maybe more than that, actually, I'm getting my numbers wrong, is that we're going to have instances like this. I mean, this specific thing, DUI crash, is something that hits hard for me because it's a big problem in my hometown, which has a lot of illegals in it.
Yeah, and this was something that critics of Biden's open border policy said was going to happen, and then we've seen this come to pass. We saw some of the crimes that occurred during the Biden administration that happened to Americans probably helped President Trump win the last election. And right now we're dealing with an interesting political phenomenon where there are these bills to unmask ICE agents. And some of them have, I think, a pretty offensive name. One of the federal suggestions is No Secret Police Act. So I feel like this effort to unmask our ICE agents is similar to the defund police movement in the wake of George Floyd's death, where now a lot of that sentiment is being walked back. And unfortunately, I wonder if it'll take a tragedy where something happens to an ICE agent for people that are on this level to walk that back.
It does feel like a powder keg. It really does. And we've been in this situation before on issues like this. Joe, talking about this potentially being it really lands on Biden's shoulders. This is what Biden had to say about it.
We see the apparent glee
some of our politicians express. That's while watching immigrants who are in this country legally, torn from the arms of their family, dragged away in handcuffs from the only home they've ever known.
I just want to point out, it's not that these people are here illegally. It's that under his administration, his policy was to not enforce illegal immigration and deportation.
Precisely. He said when he was running for president in 2020 that those who want to come into the country should surge the border. He encouraged it, and Trump's rhetoric obviously has shut it down. I want to go back to that New Jersey situation, being a Jersey guy myself, where tragedy, I shouldn't call it a situation, where we had an 11-year-old, I got an 11-year-old daughter, and the mother dies instantly, obviously DUI, head-on crash. We have our own Zohran Mamdani running for governor of New Jersey. Her name is Mikey Sherrill, and she has endorsed Mamdani already, and she is the mirror image of him. She just doesn't get as much attention because New York's a big city and New Jersey, you know, maybe not so much as far as media attention. But yeah, she supports sanctuary cities. And as long as this happens, I don't know how the voters of New Jersey, I don't care you're a Democrat or Republican, this is something that cannot exist anymore. We protect people who are in the country illegally, who have committed crimes. They should be deported, and we have candidates still running on this platform. I would think this would end, but right now she's leading in the polls, and she may very well be our next governor, and people got to wake up to this stuff.
Jerry, how can Democrats that applauded Gestapo tactics during COVID, like tackling people on the beach for being on the beach, and then turn around and turn their back on ICE, which are simply trying to keep us safe?
It's amazing. I mean, I just don't understand the Democrats right now, but we're in a situation where all kinds of strange things are happening. In our notes, there is a situation where an L.A. neighborhood patrol, what are they doing? Are they watching for bad guys? No, they're watching out for ICE.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, that's the situation we find ourselves in now. And I think most Americans, you know, they've told pollsters what they think, but the Democrats just don't listen.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you want to keep going? Here we go.
Donald Trump, whether by design or the accident of history, is now a war president. While some of the coverage has been overshadowed by a certain political controversy, Trump is engaged on multiple fronts, including, of course, the attack on Iran's nuclear sites. Then there's the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The president had, for some reason, given Vladimir Putin 50 days to change his behavior or face sanctions. But with the Russian dictator continuing to bombard Ukraine, showing no conceivable interest in peace, Trump moved up the deadline.
Earlier, you said that you were going to change the deadline from 50 days.
Yeah,
what is your new deadline?
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting.
The president has also been trying to broker a ceasefire between Hamas, which launched the brutal and barbaric attack on October 7th, and continues in a war crime to hold the 20 hostages who are still alive. But there is mass starvation in Gaza, and Trump has broken with Bibi Netanyahu on that mounting humanitarian crisis.
Mr. President, Prime Minister Netanyahu said there's no starvation in Gaza. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't know. I mean, based on television, I would say not particularly, because those children look very hungry. But we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that.
The president also spoke to the leaders of Thailand and Cambodia and arranged a ceasefire after deadly fighting had broken out. So some detractors are hardly pleased with the involvement of a president who ran on staying out of wars. But as with George W. Bush after 9/11, which unfortunately led to the quagmire in Iraq, history often chooses the crises to which an American commander-in-chief must respond. And that's where the president finds himself today. I'm Howard Kurtz, and this is Media Buzz.
This is the first time I'm seeing Media Buzz. What's up?
Bibi Netanyahu, and how the heart-rending images of emaciated children are affecting American support for Israel.
The only people feeding the Palestinians there are the United States and the Israelis. Imagine that. Imagine that. The Israelis who were slaughtered, the Israelis who were attacked, are now told that they need to do a better job in feeding the people who Hamas are starving and killing. That's nuts.
Benjamin Netanyahu ignoring the president time and again. Benjamin Netanyahu doing what he thinks is in his best political interest.
It's truly unclear who Donald Trump thinks should be thanking him, although I do feel sorry that he feels bad. Maybe the starving Palestinians in Gaza?
President's new deadline for moving against Russia also making headlines.
The president has changed his policy from a completely diplomatic approach that lasted for weeks and months and really didn't get us anywhere because Putin was not going to cooperate.
The reason he's turning on Putin right now is because he keeps talking peace and then bombing people and killing civilians, bombing nursing homes, bombing schools.
He's bumping up against the reality of someone like Putin.
Joining us now to analyze the coverage, Molly Hemingway, Fox News contributor and editor-in-chief of The Federalist, and Annie Linsky, White House correspondent for The Wall Street Journal. Molly, wars tend to fade into the media background when they've been going on for a long time, but with the starvation in Gaza, that's put a new spotlight, I think, on President Trump's efforts.
Well, it's certainly difficult for the media to cover war. By definition, it's a difficult environment to be in. There's also so much propaganda from all sides that are engaged in a war. And I think we've seen some real problems with how they've covered both of these wars. With the Israel situation, I mean, just like the reporter saying, Netanyahu says there's no starving. I mean, didn't he more say the starving is the result of how Hamas is controlling the food supply, which is different than saying there's no starving. And then with the Russian situation, we had a media that was just engaged in full-on cheerleading about entering, moving away from a negotiated ceasefire. They were kind of celebrating how easy it would be to take on Russia. We're years into this. It has been a horrific war with more than 1 million casualties, and we don't really get a lot of coverage of how deadly it has been, and also how Russia is a nuclear power. They have thousands of nuclear warheads. They don't have to accept a conventional end of a war, and that is resulting in some of these problems in actually getting to an agreement. I just think the level of coverage we're getting is unserious and then also limited by how much they can actually see what's happening.
And Hamas, which bears a lot of the responsibility here, and uses its own people as human shields, by the way, leads me to the New York Times, if we can briefly put this up. It had to run an embarrassing correction after running this picture of an emaciated child, and then we later learn that this child was already sick and had pre-existing conditions.
Yeah, I mean, that was a difficult moment for the New York Times. Look, the broader point, though, is that journalists are not permitted in Gaza. And to Molly's point, covering a war is difficult, just on the face of it. But when journalists are barred from getting into the place and covering it on the ground, that does become more difficult. The Journal has experienced that firsthand in Russia, where we had a journalist who was there on the ground covering the impact of the war, on the domestic impact of the war in Russia, and was locked up for quite some time. So that changed how the Journal had to cover the war. But these are difficult. It's difficult to cover. And so what I think has happened is the people who are there are able to take pictures and are getting some of those images out. And these images are flooding social media. And the way that this war in Gaza is being consumed is just so different from any other war that we've had. So
well, I just want to add one point to that picture. It's worse than finding out that this child actually had lifelong health problems that led to what his situation is there. The New York Times cropped out the healthy sibling that was right next to that child. I mean, to do that kind of, that is so dishonest what they're doing there. And then also, they're not showing the pictures of hostages. Hamas also released a picture of a hostage yesterday who's completely emaciated, Abiatar David, I think his name was. And we're not getting flooded with those images. We're not seeing the pressure on the fact that Hamas is still holding, maybe 24 hostages, others who they killed, who they haven't released the bodies. And normally the media care about hostages, but it hasn't been a big storyline, and that's also a problem for the country.
Yeah, although some Israelis are now saying we need to focus more on the hostages, and there's some rollback against the prime minister. Do you see Donald Trump in the White House becoming frustrated at the amount of attention he gets, except when it's something dramatic like bombing Iran, for these foreign policy moves? Because you also see a lot of the questions being shouted out, as we'll discuss next segment, about Jeffrey Epstein.
I think one of the striking things here, just watching the video footage at the beginning of this segment, was that the president was in Scotland, meeting with a foreign leader when this question of Gaza and hunger in Gaza came up. And this is a president who was like ostensibly on vacation, but having a meeting. No such thing with this president. So, in journalism, you're kind of used to when the president is on vacation having a little bit of a reprieve. But here he was making major news on one war while he was meeting with a leader from another foreign country. So, look, I do think this president is, I think his foreign policy has been center in the coverage of him, in part because it's, every single week you're seeing a new foreign leader, and in many cases there have been significant peace agreements that he has brokered. And I do think, when I think about the Journal, we've been covering that pretty consistently.
The media have said all along that Vladimir Putin has no conceivable interest in peace. Obviously, the attacks on Ukraine, and with the new deadline that'd be just a few days perhaps before, and even the president said doesn't know if that will be effective. But were the media right all along that Putin was not going to cooperate with any kind of settlement?
The media have covered this war horrifically. You might remember that at the very beginning they were claiming that Putin was a madman who was about to die within months. Do you remember that storyline that was happening early on? They were saying that was like he was so irrational. Never have the media accurately understood the underlying issues with the war with Ukraine. I mean, this is something that goes back decades. Putin has had a long history of talking about, how this was going to happen. Trump had a very different posture toward Russia. And of course, we also had the breaking news over the last 2 weeks with all of it coming out about the Russia collusion hoax and how that was completely invented, not just by Obama's spy chiefs, but it was handled by the media to increase tensions between Russia and the United States. And we've had all sorts of news breaking about how that hoax went down, how many people knew that they were lying when they falsely claimed that Russia had interfered in the election to help Trump. I mean, this is a global power that you don't want to have lies being told about. And our media were engaged in nothing but lies on that topic for years. They won Pulitzers for telling lies about the Russia collusion hoax. And now that we have all this news coming out about what really happened and that they were lies, that they were knowing lies, that people within the government were trying to stop these lies from being pushed out into the public square, now the media aren't really covering it at all, even though it's like the most massive story ever about what we're learning in the last couple of weeks.
I would just point out that I have absolutely no doubt that the Obama administration politicized this, but there was a special counsel in the first term, John Durham, who ended up not bringing any charges against Obama, John Brennan, and these other people.
But how your viewers should know that there have been so many documents that have come out in the last couple of weeks from.
But Durham had those documents and didn't bring any charges.
No, he actually did not investigate as well as should have been done. And there are so many more things that have come out, particularly from John Brennan and James Clapper. New documents showing that people, and I broke some stories about this at the Federalist, showing that people within those agencies were actually screaming from the rooftops, you can't make these false claims. And they had their jobs threatened, or they were told that there was secret intelligence that they didn't know about. I mean, this is really horrific stuff and major news. And it's why the media aren't trusted, because they're willing to lie about things like this. And then when the truth comes out, they don't cover it at all.
So this is now tied into the tariff war, Annie, because the president said that he was not giving any kind of break to Canada because Prime Minister Mark Carney is about to come out for recognizing a Palestinian state. The UK has done that. France is about to do that. Of course, it's all symbolic. We're further than we've ever been from a, quote, two-state solution. But at the same time, he's given a temporary reprieve to Mexico. So it all gets...
The relationship with Mexico, I think, is one of the most fascinating bilateral relationships that Trump has forged. One of the things when I think about Trump's foreign policy and the way he's dealing with leaders, I keep thinking back to the speech that he gave in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia when he said, I don't want permanent enemies. And that gets back to this sort of, 19th century idea of no permanent enemies, no permanent friends, but permanent interests. And I think that is how Trump is rejiggering foreign policy writ large, whether it's Gaza and his relationship with Netanyahu and his willingness to stand up to Netanyahu and disagree with him when that
quite publicly,
quite publicly when he feels appropriate, agree with him in other areas where he feels it's appropriate. I know I will say that I've been with Trump many times when he talks about Gaza, and he always talks about the hostages. He always talks about the hostages first, and he points out that when he's talked to the hostages and hostage families that have had their loved ones returned, he always asks, was there anybody who was kind to you? Or was there anybody that gave you food, that winked, that smiled? And they say no. And that really hits him hard.
On the domestic front, President Trump getting a lot of media flack for firing the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Erica McIntyre, a Biden appointee, for reporting just job growth of just 73,000 in July and revising downward by 258,000 jobs the last couple of months. Now, I would point out that this is actually pretty routine. More information comes in, and this happened also during the Biden administration. So some critics, including Kevin O'Leary of Shark Tank, saying he's shooting the messenger, and that may turn into a bigger story as well.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
All right, let's keep going.
Investors are anxiously awaiting the opening bell on Wall Street tomorrow after stocks fell sharply Friday due to a disappointing jobs report and the president's latest wave of tariffs on dozens of trading partners. In a moment, we'll bring in National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. But first, Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson covering President Trump, who's in Bedminster this weekend. Lucas.
Shannon, Friday's tariff deadline has been extended a week to give dozens of countries more time to negotiate trade deals with the United States.
You're a betting man. How many of these tariff rates could change again now and next? Not a lot. I mean, for the most part, we're set. A little bit. If somebody could convince us that, they have a case.
Even some of the president's key allies on Capitol Hill want to see the tariff issue settled quickly.
Right now, things are up in the air. I hope that the administration is going to do everything they can, conclude these trade deals, bring greater stability and certainty to our economy.
Trade deals with some of the U.S.'s largest trading partners, Canada, Mexico, China, and India, remain uncertain after securing a major trade deal in principle with the 27-nation European Union. Friday's jobs report showed only 73,000 added in July, well below expectations. President Trump responded by firing the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, nominated by Joe Biden in 2023.
I think her numbers were wrong, just like I thought her numbers were wrong before the election. Days before the election, she came out with these beautiful numbers for Kamala.
Trump's abrupt move drew criticism from Democrats and some Republicans.
If the president is firing the statistician because he doesn't like the numbers, but they are accurate, then that's a problem.
One of the things that makes the United States a trustworthy place for investment and for business is that we trust the numbers. If we don't like the numbers, we don't fire the messenger, we work harder.
The Wall Street Journal editorial board writing, employers aren't laying off workers, but they have all but stopped new hiring. After a Biden-appointed member of the Federal Reserve Board resigned Friday, President Trump once again called for its chairman, Jerome Powell, to do the same. U.S. and Chinese officials continue negotiations to try to extend the August 12th trade deadline. So far, no final decision has been reached. Shannon?
All right, Lucas Tomlinson covering the president in New Jersey. Thank you, Lucas. Joining me now, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. Thanks for coming in this morning.
Awesome to be here.
Okay, so let's talk about the headlines after the jobs report on Friday. Disappointing, probably, for the White House. Daily Beast says this: Trump's boast of an economic boom gets brutal reality check. New York Post: Dow drops over 500 points as Trump tariffs jobs reports spook Wall Street. And the Times says markets fall as cracks appear in U.S. economy. How far off was this jobs report from your expectations? I mean, the number for July was low, but the downward revisions of almost 250,000, more than that. jobs could not have been welcome news.
Right. Well, I think with the economy, it's really important to keep our eyes on the horizon. And the eyes on the horizon are seeing really smooth sailing ahead. We've got 3% GDP growth. And yes, this week, a disappointing jobs number. When I first saw the big revisions, which, by the way, were the largest revisions going all the way back for 50 years, if we exclude the COVID years. When I saw those revisions, I thought it must be a typo. That I've never seen a revision like this. And as you know, you've known me a long time. I live in these data. You know, at the 100th anniversary celebration of the Consumer Expenditure Survey at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Alan Greenspan and I were the keynote speakers. I've been following this forever. I've never seen a revision like that. And so I think that the underlying strength is the headline for me. The big downward revision is something of a puzzle. I don't think it was explained very well. And I think that markets might be as much unsettled by the fact that the data are so noisy. So imagine if the revision in the data, so the correction of errors, is 5 times bigger than the number itself. Then that makes you wonder, well, can I believe this number at all? And I think that that's actually something that needs to be fixed. It needs to be fixed fast.
Well, so the president obviously had the reaction not positive to this and calling into question the commissioner and the job that she was doing over there. Here's a little bit of what he had to say in the reaction from Capitol Hill.
Now that you've with the numbers for a long time, but we're doing so well. I believe the numbers were phony, just like they were before the election, and there were other times. So you know what I did? I fired her. Right. And you know what? I did the right thing.
What does a bad leader do when they get bad news? Shoot the messenger.
And Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer was among those, saying this is an authoritarian move by somebody who doesn't like the underlying data.
Look, the fact is that when the data are unreliable, when they keep being revised all over the place, then there are going to be people that wonder if there's a partisan pattern in the data. And so if you look back to just a year ago, for example, there was another massive revision from the BLS, almost 1 million jobs down, that said that the Joe Biden jobs record was a lot worse than people thought. But we didn't get the downward revision until after Joe Biden had dropped out. And so once again, it made people think, what are they doing? I got to tell you that if I were running the BLS, I don't aspire to. If I were running the BLS and I had the biggest downward revision in 50 years, I would have a really, really detailed report explaining why it happened so that everybody really trusted the data. We had this move, that move, that move. We had a bunch of people get their responses in late or something like that. But instead, they have this little black box that moves the numbers around and makes people wonder, sometimes with partisan patterns. And so I think what we need is a fresh set of eyes at the BLS, somebody who can clean this thing up. And again, going back to 2015, when I was the keynoter along with Alan Greenspan, on how to modernize this place, I worried about how the changing economy, the modern economy, was going to move faster than their ability to measure, and urged Congress to give them a lot more money so that they could make these numbers better. And I think now I'm being kind of proven true that it's really the numbers are not keeping up with the economy.
So there was a statement out by a number of former BLS commissioners, including the one that President Trump had in his first term, and they said it's not good to cast aspersions on what's being done because it's a formula. It's used the same way every single time. So are you saying maybe the formulas, the calculations need to change? What would you do differently? Right.
That's right. They have to get back to ground zero and look at why the numbers have started to be so unreliable. And, why did the numbers not really pick up the gig economy and so on? But again, to put it in perspective, over the last, or I'll go back to COVID, pretty much the numbers were really reliable until COVID. And then during COVID, the numbers got very unreliable. They got revised all the time, all over the place. But we kind of understand why that would happen because people aren't really filling out surveys and so on. But what happened then is that after COVID, the big revisions kept happening. Mm-hmm. And so right now we've got BLS numbers that aren't really a lot better than they were during COVID, and we need to understand why. And so I think that the president's right to call for new leadership. I think Erica is a terrific person, but I think that it's time for someone to get in there and fix this because these numbers are so crucial. These numbers are absolutely, in my talk back in 2015, I talked about how the data can't be propaganda. The data has to be something that you could trust because decision makers throughout the economy trust that these are the data, that they can build a factory because they believe, or cut interest rates because they believe. And if the data aren't that good, then it's a real problem for the U.S. And right now, the data have become very unreliable with these massive revisions over the last few years.
Well, maybe this data gets you to the cut that you're looking for in interest rates in
in September. That's a whole nother conversation. But I want to talk about the tariffs as well, because they factor into where people are thinking and feeling about where things are going. And when we ask people what they think about how the economy is doing for them personally, 67%, our most recent poll, said fair or poor. Only 32% of them say excellent or good. And consumer spending is driven by perception. It's slowed across a lot of sectors. People are worried about where the tariffs are going to lead as well. The Yale Budget Lab has done this assessment where they talk about the impact of what they know of the tariffs that we have on the table so far. Their bottom line is it's an average household income loss of $2,400. So consumers have that perception. Those are the numbers that the lab is putting out. What do you say to calm the consumer, to tell them that spending is okay at this point?
Well, the consumer disregards partisan analyses like the Yale Budget Lab. If you go look at the list of people who are on it, you'll understand what I mean. And they look at the numbers that they see. So right now, the Congressional Budget Office has said that we're looking at about $3 trillion in new tariffs in the United States. That's something that's really going to help us balance the budget. And all inflation numbers are lower than they've been in 5 years. And so the idea that the tariffs are going to set off inflation and set off a recession is just not in the data. And again, I remind that while the jobs numbers had this big kind of mysterious revision, if they didn't have the revision, then the jobs numbers were fully consistent with the 3% GDP growth we also saw last week. And that's even before the big, beautiful bill passes. And so I think that the Council of Economic Advisors estimates that the big, beautiful bill will add about $10,000 to the typical family's income. And the Yale Budget Lab guys, if they want to say that there's going to be some cost to the tariffs, well, whatever their estimate is, it's still going to be way less than $10,000.
Well, as you know, the CBO also has dire predictions regarding the big, beautiful bill, how it ultimately plays out with respect to debt and deficit. And I know that you all have differences with respect to where the growth predictions come in. We will now see as this new round of tariffs kicks in and new data comes in the wake of that. Kevin, great to have you in. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, listen to this right here.
Let's turn to Bill Malugin, who is live in Los Angeles with the latest. Bill.
Well, Emily, it's really rare for an ICE agent to have to fire their weapon on the job, but it did happen yesterday after ICE says 2 illegal aliens tried to run over their agents with their vehicle while they were trying to arrest them. So this all happened in Colorado Springs after agents from ICE's Denver field office reportedly targeted illegal aliens at a construction site. Now, after the attempted vehicle ramming, ICE says one of their agents shot at those aliens in self-defense, but they escaped in a vehicle which they later abandoned, and they are now officially on the run, with a manhunt underway for them as we speak. ICE says, as you mentioned, thankfully there were no injuries, and they add in part, quote, 2 criminal aliens attempted to ram their vehicle into ICE officers during a targeted enforcement operation in Colorado Springs, July 31st. As a result of their violent actions and to protect the officers and agents on site, an officer fired 3 shots into the vehicle. The aliens fled and later abandoned the vehicle. Law enforcement officials are currently searching for the fugitives. Now, the nearby area was placed on a brief shelter-in-place order during the manhunt, with one local resident saying he does support immigration, but only if it's illegal.
I'm not against immigration when it's done legally. You know, welcome people to come here to bring their skills, talents, and find the opportunities here, but you got to do it the right way.
And again, this number just keeps going up, but ICE reports that assaults against their agents are now up a staggering 830% over the same time period last year. And the agency says that's all because of this constant rhetoric we're hearing from politicians demonizing ICE every single day, sometimes calling them Nazis, Gestapo, kidnappers, terrorists. They say sometimes that translates into attempted violence like we saw in this incident. We'll send it back to you.
Bill, thank you. I want to start with you, Laura, because you've had so many interviews with these ICE agents and law enforcement. Talk to us about what they're sharing.
Yeah, well, listen, you heard 830% increase in assaults on ICE agents. And we have never been in a place like this. That's what they say. They've never felt, the hatred towards them that they are currently feeling right now. Now, they say nothing will stop them. This is what all of these guys say. They're out there to do a job. They're proud of the job that they do. And as you just heard from that gentleman there, the local resident, we want immigrants in this country, but you have to do it the right way. That's the whole point of all of this. We can't just have a porous open border to allow criminals to come in. These, when they're going out, when the ICE agents are going out, they're actually seeking out criminal, illegal aliens. These are people who also, in addition to having broken our laws to come here, have a rap sheet. They have, they're rapists, they're murderers, they have crime in their background. These are the people we're trying to get off of our streets and get them out of our country.
And I want to focus on that for a moment, Kennedy, because of the concentration that Laura is describing. So we can put it up on the screen that the Border Patrol has reported record lows in terms of encounters at the border. But now you couple that with the 830% increase in ambush attacks on ICE agents in the country. That goes to show the tenor of these illegal immigrants that ICE agents are focusing on to try to remove.
Well, that's what happens when you don't have a vetting process and you don't really push Congress to come up with some better solutions to the immigration problems that we saw that really metastasized during the Biden administration. So what happens is it's all comers. Anyone who wants to get inside the country can, and the people who really shouldn't be here are the ones who are going to be so desperate to stay, and that desperation will lend itself to violence. So now, obviously, you are shifting from border apprehensions to finding people in communities. And the president and the administration has said that they are focusing on the most violent criminals. Obviously, the kind of violent criminals who would try and ram their vehicle into ICE agents. So they will capture them. They will find them. They will be prosecuted. And I have a feeling they're not going to get $1,000 and a one-way ticket back to wherever the hell they're from, when they're probably going to be charged federally with attempted murder. And that's not going to end well. That doesn't allow you to realize the American dream, oddly enough. But I'm sure they were at a father's picnic where just a bunch of great dads were getting together, sharing stories and dad jokes.
Right. Arthel, Kennedy is talking about that narrative that keeps being pushed, especially by the legacy media. But we have here a shot, let's play it in a moment, of Morning Joe Scarborough, who is admitting that the border is secure, but claiming that Trump is trying to keep up with Biden on those deportations that we need. Let's take a watch.
You have, in one instance, a southern border which Donald Trump promised he would secure. You wouldn't have the number of migrants crossing every day that you had during the Biden administration. That certainly is the case. I mean, the southern border is as secure as it's been in 60 years. On the other side of that, Joe Biden was able to deport a larger number of people who came here illegally because there were so many more near the southern border. Now that's not the case. So you have the Trump administration, on one hand, wanting to be able to celebrate basically, for the most part, quiet southern border. But to keep up with the numbers of Biden, to keep up with the numbers of Obama, they're having to go into neighborhoods.
I feel like I just canceled out my coffee, and I'm sorry for making you be subjected to that. But the point he was making was what we said, right? That Trump is apparently trying to keep up with Biden on deportations. But that also underscores the sort of delusion that many have when they say that Trump is deporting everyone, when really he's far behind Obama and Biden in numbers.
Well, first of all, I don't think President Trump bothers to keep up with anybody. He does what he wants to do, and his record stands for his record, period. But I will say this, and when you're the president, he ran and won on deporting criminal illegal aliens. And of course, when you have a big ticket item like that, a to-do list, if you will, there will be pressure to get the job done. Now, I do wonder sometimes, though, in terms of executing on the delivery of that promise, should there be some adjustments made, because you want to make sure that the ICE agents remain safe, as well as the communities in which they're conducting those raids.
Right. And David, I want to close with you on this. That's a perfect segue, which is that we know that Michigan lawmakers have proposed legislation to criminalize any agents that are wearing masks during the course of their duties, right, accepting illness or whatever. It kills me.
Well, you know what kills me, and again, forgive those folks who hate New York so much they don't want to hear about New York City, but Mamdani, who is one of the biggest promoters of ripping the masks off of the face of ICE agents, guess what? He just had his $1 million wedding in Africa, and he had 20 hired guns with masks on to protect the people. It's the hypocrisy of this whole thing. And again, who's suffering the most from the horror of a lot of the crime that's going on in the country that is being attacked directly by the current administration, but which is hampered by all of these legacies, not only the legacies of the open border, but the legacies of prosecutors who are very pro-criminals, the legacy of all of these new laws that have come on, the no bail laws and everything that give them breaks. And now you have the added impetus of all these judges around the country that are interfering with the attempts to get rid of the worst criminals. So you have all these elements that have to be tackled. The administration is trying as best as it can. They're doing a lot to modify some of the craziness that we've seen, but there's so much that they're going against, and they continue to be aided and abetted by the politicians on the left who have nothing else to do but attack the Trump administration, even if what they're doing is going to lead to less crime and less U.S. citizens being harmed by not only the foreign criminals, but by the ones that were born here.
And you're right, it is aiding and abetting. It is truly obstructing what good strides this administration is making as the mandate of the people that Arthur said. Hey, everyone, I'm Emily Campagno.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. If you are still here, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Do we have more? Okay, back to Maxwell.
President Trump had already said he broke off his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein nearly 2 decades ago because he kept hiring away staffers from Mar-a-Lago. Then he provided more detail on Air Force One.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, does that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever.
Virginia Jeffrey, according to a lawsuit she filed, was recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell as a teenager, provided sexual services to Jeffrey Epstein and also to other associates. She reached an out-of-court settlement 3 years ago with Prince Andrew.
I was recruited at a very young age from Mar-a-Lago and entrapped in a world that I didn't understand, and I've been fighting that very world to this day. He knows exactly what he's done, and I hope he comes clean about it.
Tragically, Virginia Jeffrey committed suicide in April. Molly, there was a big media buildup about Ghislaine Maxwell testifying on Capitol Hill, and then her lawyer comes out and says, well, she'll do it if the president either commutes her sentence or pardons her. But now she's been moved to this minimum security facility in Texas. So it's hard to say that this is over. They're still courting her. What do you think?
Well, in addition to the horror of what happened with Jeffrey Epstein and his associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, and by the way, I cannot imagine a less sympathetic figure for a pardon or commutation than someone who helped engage in that kind of abuse of children.
Neither can I.
But it's also true that the prosecutions have always been somewhat weird with this story, and I think we've learned, in addition to how awful the actual acts were, the prosecutions don't quite make sense. The handling of him in prison don't quite make sense. And so it is completely legitimate to look into these things. It's also true that the media aren't probably operating in good faith here. If they genuinely cared about this story, they would have cared about it for many years. Nothing that has come out is particularly new. We already knew about the fact that Jeffrey Epstein lived in Palm Beach. And also, if they cared about it, I feel like when Jeffrey Epstein's very close friend, Bill Clinton, the former president of the United States, spoke at the Democrat National Convention last year, they would have made a big uproar about it if they legitimately cared about this story. It looks like they're just trying to figure out a way to go after Trump like they always do.
It is kind of amazing that 6 years after his death, we are still talking about this. And Annie, I mean, can you imagine the media uproar, the public outrage, if the president were to do anything to even reduce the sentence of Ghislaine Maxwell, who was such a crucial part of this pedophilia ring?
Yeah, I mean, I think the dynamics surrounding that would be, the politics surrounding that would be quite difficult for the president, as you point out. There is a process for her to have a lower sentence that's a little bit more traditional, which would be, I'm not saying this is what's happening, but this is what happens in similar cases where, if she were to cooperate in some way that led to a conviction, that's where you could see a sentence being reduced or changed. I covered police for 10 years in Baltimore, and you would see those arrangements, but that's testimony leading to a conviction. That's not testimony that leads to an embarrassing disclosure about Bill Clinton or any other number of officials who she may or may not know anything about.
Right, and the fact that Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Trump, and so forth were mentioned in these files may be completely and totally meaningless, and that's part of the hesitation here. It's not to unfairly smear people, but there's just something about this that I don't quite get. There's something about this that I don't quite get in terms of the coverage, because you said the press didn't really care, but I mean, many of these accusations have been made before.
Well, that's kind of the point, though. They have been made before. There's not a lot new coming out. But I think the legitimate concern that people have is that very little about this story has ever made sense. This is someone who made a tremendous amount of money, was friends with very powerful people, not just the former president that we were referencing or the current president, but also other powerful people who lead companies. You had that Reid Hoffman guy who I think was alleged to have actually even been on the infamous island. You have a lot of powerful people, and you have not a lot of prosecution, successful prosecution, competent prosecution, and people aren't satisfied with those answers, much less how he dies in prison, which has never quite made sense to a lot of people, the surveillance of that situation when he committed suicide. So it's a legitimate story, but it also seems like the media are trying to avoid more legitimate stories, like the one I just mentioned about the Russia collusion hoax, with all sorts of information coming out about how the Obama administration conspired to hide the real evidence that Russia had not conspired with Trump to steal the election, and how they then manufactured fake intelligence. That's a real thing that's happening with people who are alive right now, with explosive allegations coming out right now. And so avoiding that is very suspicious.
Has the Epstein story peaked?
Oh, I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, I think, remember how this became a news story again in the beginning. I mean, it became a news story because Pam Bondi said that she had the Epstein files on her desk.
She said she had to review them.
she brought in a whole host of conservative influencers and gave them binders that said Epstein file on them, and they paraded them in front of cameras, leading people to understandably believe that the administration was on the cusp of releasing information that they promised they would during the campaign, and then they didn't. So, I mean, that sort of about face is what caused this to become something that was, a major news story. And so, is it dying down? I mean, one would think
there's a day or two. But
this is the Trump. This
here's
is the
the most
Trump
fascinating part. Trump was getting some shouted questions about Epstein at his Turnberry golf course, and he had them crank up the music with selections from Cats and Simon and Garfunkel, so that it would drown out the questions. When you have control of the golf course, you can control a lot of things. Molly Hemingway, Annie Linsky, thanks so much.
Hey, everyone.
Uh-oh. All right. What is up with the OG's ratings? Here we go.
Well, what did David Bowie say? Changes, they're coming.
That's
yes,
true.
They are.
What did Jerry Mandarin say? That's the question.
The reason Democrats are so worried about redistricting is because the party is in shambles. They have no leader, and the base is historically divided. Listen.
It is a complete and utter mess. It is messier than a hoarder's basement. What are we talking about here? The national early poll leader, 25% plus. Normally, that's where Democrats are. Biden was at 25% plus in 2020. Hillary Clinton was in 08 and 16. Gore was in 00 and 04. At this particular point, there is no one in the Democratic race for president who's polling at 25% plus.
Messier than a hoarder's basement. I love that. And DNC Chairman Ken Martin is worried, too, despite projecting confidence that Democrats will win next year's elections. He's already laying the groundwork to excuse a poor midterm performance. Listen.
The only thing they can do, of course, is rig the system, is to cheat, to do a mid-cycle redistricting in states to steal more seats, which is essentially what they're doing in Texas.
And Joey, tell me what you make of this. I mean, seriously, these people are delusional.
Number one, I love that guy. We play soccer with him all the time. I've never seen him bring good news to CNN, and so I just love the fact that that even when you're trying to sugarcoat it, you can't. I think that when we look at the midterms, we have to understand that midterms are the most interesting part of our election process. When you have a presidential election, you can adhere to a personality as much as a policy. Midterms are more of an indictment on policy, and I don't think that Trump's idea on the economy and the direction he's moving it, and the fact that it isn't at light speed like it was in 2016. I don't think that that's unpopular enough to make up for the fact Democrats don't have one. And the last version of a Democrat idea on the economy is what Trump's trying to fix. And I think it's real easy to connect those dots. But it'll be up to individuals in Congress to go home and sell the big, beautiful bill and Trump's economic vision, not just President Trump. And that's why midterms generally go against the president. I don't know that'll happen this time.
Well, we got a long way to go. But is there any possibility that the Republicans could just pull out all the stops and take everything in the midterm?
Well, the problem is that they only have a 3-seat majority in the House. Democrats don't have to
they have
win 21-0
right now.
Exactly.
It's actually already changed.
Yeah, they just got to win by a field goal. That's it. Yeah. So if they just
is that
do
possible,
well enough,
though? Because everybody's predicting the Dems are going to come back, but I'm not convinced.
No, it all depends on the economy, stupid. And in the end,
don't call me stupid.
Not you. Quoting that Carvel guy from 80 years ago. Now, in the end, I think that if Trump's tariff bet pays off, then Republicans could gain in the House and hold the Senate.
Yeah, there are some tough numbers right now on the economy for the president and how people feel about consumer spending and all of that sort of thing. But we've got a long time before the midterms right now. There's a lot of time for... A lot of these districts don't even know who will be running in those districts. Maybe there'll be some inspiring people that come up on both sides of the aisle. This has barely begun to take shape.
15
it's
months.
hard. Yeah. Other than just guessing and going with historical numbers and trends and looking at what's happened in the past and making predictions in that respect, we don't see the players on the field yet.
Well, long way to go, and we've got a lot to talk about until that happens.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Jeans.
American Eagle firing back after the company's Great Jeans ad campaign featuring Sydney Sweeney sparked a bit of backlash and a great deal of support along the way. And just when you thought this story couldn't garner any more headlines, Vice President J.D. Vance has thoughts on the matter. Madeline Rivera has that and a lot more. This story just keeps on giving.
It feels like everyone has something to say about this, Kevin. So this has been getting a lot of attention, especially online, on social media. This American Eagle ad features blonde, blue-eyed Sydney Sweeney modeling jeans. It's the ad's message, though, that people are talking about. The tagline of the campaign is Sydney Sweeney has great genes. And some have taken issue with that, saying using the word genes as a play on genes, as in DNA, is a hint at eugenics.
The pun, good genes, activates troubling historical associations for this country. The American eugenics movement in its prime between 1900 and 1940 weaponized the idea of good genes just to justify white supremacism.
American Eagle has responded. The company is standing by their ads, saying Sydney Sweeney has great genes, is and always was about the jeans. Her jeans, her story. We'll continue to celebrate how everyone wears their American Eagle jeans with confidence their way. Great jeans look good on everyone. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance is slamming the critics.
It actually reveals something pretty interesting about the Dems, though, which is that you have a normal all-American beautiful girl doing a normal jeans ad, right? They're trying to sell jeans to kids in America, and they have managed to so unhinge themselves over this thing. And it's like, you guys, did you learn nothing from the November 2024 election?
We have not seen prominent Democrats react to the American Eagle ad, but Democrats are certainly continuing to struggle with a messaging problem, which they're looking to address ahead of the midterms, Kevin.
All right, time for a confession. You want to tell them?
That what?
That I don't know anything.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I know that Kevin doesn't know anything about American Eagle jeans. We'll have to take you to the mall, Kevin, and educate you.
I'm learning all this fresh through the ad. Good to see you, my friend.
Me too.
Kevin.
Good
Me
to see you.
too,
Thank
ladies
you
and
so
gentlemen.
much. For more on the controversial Great Genes ad, we want to bring in today's political panel. A couple of really good straight shooters here. Political commentator Brylan Hollihan and Democratic consultant Julian Epstein. All right, I'm going to begin with Julian because I can't resist. You're the fashion maven of this trio.
I don't know about that.
What do you make of this ad and the controversy surrounding it?
Look, if we lived in a world where there were 3 networks and this was sort of the dominant ad on all 3 networks, you could sort of maybe begin to understand the grievance or the complaint. But, you know, you pick up your phone and you go to any number of tens of thousands of sites for clothing or other brands. You turn on the television, as we just saw in your setup piece, and you will see people of all races, backgrounds, and creeds celebrated, probably in numbers that are greater than their percentage in the population. So the sort of the idea, the pseudo-intellectual argument of left-wing intellectuals that this is the beginning of a eugenics movement seems a little bit hysterical to me.
Yeah, seems that way to me too, Brylan. What do you think?
Kevin, I think this story just proves how fragile wokeness has truly become. I mean, last November, we were told that if we voted for Donald Trump, Gen Z were Nazis. Now we're told that if we put on blue jeans, we're Nazis. Last November, Gen Z went out to the ballot box and we chose Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. And this summer, we're choosing Sydney Sweeney over Lizzo. I mean, all she had to do was put on a pair of blue jeans. She didn't put on a red MAGA hat. She didn't wrap herself in an American flag. She simply put on blue jeans and she's the villain of the left.
Yeah, it's amazing, really. Rapid fire, guys. A couple more topics I want to try to get you to weigh in on. Julian, beginning with you. The Biden investigation fallout. People say often, why are we talking about this? This is backwards facing. I think there has to be answers because people want to know what was going on. Am I overstating it? Is that your perspective on this investigation as we continue to try to figure out who knew what when?
You're not overstating it. This was a scandal. This was a systematic lie that the Democratic Party told to the American people, and the media played along. They didn't do their job. The big question is who was running the country during the last 4 years of the Biden administration. The reason why it's important, Kevin, is because in order to prevent it from happening again, there has to be a reckoning. There has to be some accountability. I mean, Democrats didn't make the argument about looking in the rearview mirror when it came to the J6 hearings. Here, we have to know what happened and why so it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, spot on. Brylan, I know you want to weigh in on that, but I want to get your take on Capitol Hill slow walking the president's nominees. At the beginning of the week, Mike Lee was all over this story. Great senator from Utah. He was saying, listen, we got to get these people approved. Are they making it happen, and do you believe they should stay until the job is done?
I absolutely think they should stay. This is a new era in Washington, and the president was elected with a mandate to clean up the swamp. And part of that means staying in the swamp and working on that cleaning process. I mean, Kevin, I may be young, but I'm old enough to remember 2017 and the Paul Ryan days in Congress. And the only thing that really moved fast in Washington was the debt clock. It took years for the president's appointments to be approved and even longer for his agenda to be passed. We're ready for promises made, promises kept. We've had 6 incredible months of it. And Gen Z wants that leading up to the midterms. That's what we voted for, and that's what we're going to get.
Julian, get you on this. Texas redistricting efforts, and California says we're going to match you step for step. Do you think this is a wise decision? There are more red states than there are blue states. This could spark a trend.
Yes, well, gerrymandering. I'm shocked that there's gambling going on in here. It's been going on since the 19th century. Look, I do think it's a race to the bottom. I think districts should reflect some type of sensibility about what, some type of cohesiveness about the district. I think that's out the window right now, and I think we are going to see a race to the bottom, and it's happening on both sides, so it's sort of a pox on both houses.
Brylan, 20 seconds.
I think where we stand today is there's no amount of money that's going to get the Democrat Party back in the liking. So whether that happens with gerrymandering, whether that happens with raising money, Kamala Harris raised $1 billion for her party, yet it didn't make her likable, intelligent, or funny enough to win over voters. Gerrymandering is not going to do the same thing, whether they do it in California, Republicans do it in Texas. There was a mandate last November. The electric is moving Republican. Gen Z is moving Republican. We're going to see that in 26 and 28. No matter how many comedy late night shows that Kamala Harris goes on or how many books she puts out, their party is a sinking ship, Kevin.
Yeah, we saw her with Colbert, and I will spare you both reacting to that. I've done my good deed for the day. Gentlemen, thank you for your time today.
Okay. Thank you for tuning into the live show. You guys are awesome. God bless you. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in Almighty God. That's all I can tell y'all, man. God is the greatest. And I'm looking at Emily Campagno on Instagram. Man, that's all I can say. Man. All right. You guys be safe out there. Stay strong. Life can be hard, but stay strong. I got to give a shout out to our esteemed members. Dr. Luke, the GOAT. God bless you. Thank you. I got to give a shout out to Ellie. I got to give a shout out to Sandra. I got to give a shout out to Ingram, Ringmaster. God bless you. Also, our moderators, C. Shelley with the good genes. Great genes, actually. Great genes, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to C. Shelley. Shout out to the Bucket Master, Mr. Busky. I got to give a shout out to Jet. God bless you, Jet. MVP Jet. I'm going to give a shout out to Terry Vinings, the Bama girl. Shout out to Terry Vinings. And if you notice, once you get a message deleted by Great Genes C. Shelley, you're definitely getting blocked because she got great genes. So once she deletes your message, you are gone. Okay? Shout out to CRXR. Shout out to Too Strong for Life. God bless you. Shout out to who else, man? Everybody who tuned in, God bless you. Every single person in the chat. Shout out to Keefe Merks. Keefe Merks. God bless you, Keefe Merks. Everybody in the chat. You guys are awesome. Shout out to the law enforcement officers. Shout out to Ice Baby. Shout out to the military members. Shout out to the veterans. Without you guys, there would be no homeland. Yes. Also, be nice, be kind to your fellow Americans. Some people are just this close to losing everything. So be nice to people. Some people are one paycheck away from being homeless. So be nice to everybody that you meet. Put a smile on your face. Okay? You're not going to leave this world alive. Okay? So put a smile on your face. Whatever you're going through, just put a smile on your face. That's all I can tell you. People are in the hospital right now fighting for their lives. If you are watching this, you probably are not fighting for your life. So come on, man. Put a smile on your face like this. Like that. Okay? Put a smile on your face, man. God is the greatest. Shout out to CC360. CC360, God bless you. Enders. I don't know if he's here, but I gotta give a shout out to Enders. Who else, man? God bless the United States. God bless the fathers trying their best to be awesome dads, fighting for their families, providing for their families, being present for their families. Shout out to the fathers and shout out to the mothers. God bless you, mothers. Thank you. You've been awesome for centuries. So I got to say, God bless the mothers as well. And God is the greatest, man. Stay safe out there. Don't forget, this is the United States of America, not the divided states. Okay, it's not divided states. It is called the United States of America. So stay united, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. Stay united. And if you have not subscribed, go on ahead and subscribe. And if you need to join the memberships, it is $4.99. Go on the channel and click join. Support the channel. It is your boy Genesis, and it is currently 2:07 a.m. And of course, today's date is the 4th of August, 2025. Good morning. It is Monday, a new day, new work week. It's early 2:07, of course, but some people are going to work this morning, or some people are already at work. So God bless everybody, man. God bless every single one of y'all. Thank you for tuning in. And I hope you enjoyed the Genesis show. And I am signing out.